Hello everyone, it is good to see you here. For this series of videos is not just a normal series. This is the lead-in to our one-shot that will be on April 30th. If we get attendance and you guys like it enough, it may become a permanent fixture of our tabletop games. We will be there from 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time to 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Your attendance and enthusiasm will determine if I keep running it. It's very rare now for me to run a game as a game master, but not impossible. So set your phone right now, because you'll forget. I know you. You're just like me. You forget stuff. Set a reminder on your phone. April 30th, live on Twitch. We launch into the depths of space aboard the Adrift Sphere. I look forward to seeing you for our space and science fiction game. So, I am Fiaura. I will be playing Hori, the ship's medic, as well as the game master, which means that when you guys get fucked up or fuck up, I have to deal with it. Why do I punish myself? Anyway. Yes.
You're both the bullet and the medicine. Thanks.
It's a medicine bullet. It's like Payday or Rainbow Six Siege, where you shoot people to heal them.
Or the medic's crossbow from TF2.
Or Anna from Overwatch. She literally has a sniper rifle that shoots healing darts at you.
Or the MP44 from Killing Floor, the healing gun there.
I was actually referencing
guns heal you.
I was actually referencing the fact that in the two games I named, if you have the ability to shoot someone to heal them, you still do a point of damage before the healing kicks in, which means if they're at one hit point, you kill them.
I'll be fine.
Anyway,
that's their problem.
Anyway. That is me. I am playing a owl lateral, which means that I'm basically just a big bird, literally.
You have a thing for big birds, I've noticed.
Bite me!
Why?
Okay,
so...
if that's what you want.
I mean, I did promise them this character would come back, and it's been a year, so I figured, why not? Anyway, who wants to go next?
Well, since I'm technically next, I guess, I'm playing Orishan, the Kitsune Vulpin. I don't know how to pronounce the race.
Canid.
Okay, cool. I'm the captain. I have to deal with all these fuckers.
That's a pretty good analogy.
Hello, everyone. I am Azrael. I am playing Allison Shadow, the ship's infiltration expert and resident prank master. If you need someone to have to take a shower in the dark or be woken up by gravity suddenly turning on in their room, I'm the person to call. And yeah, Orishan does have to deal with me, so it's gonna be fun.
Alright, Brett, you're up.
Well, I'm Brett. I play Jackson Blanc, the White Dingo Tar, and I am... God, I wear a lot of hats. I am the ship's pilot, I am the big guy with the big gun, and I am the cook.
Nothing wrong with wearing more than one hat?
Yeah.
I mean, except the fact the captain just wears one hat.
I wear two.
Yeah, but basically, if you either need something bunked or you need good food, I'm the guy to call. Or getting through an asteroid field.
Wait, speaking of hats, does that mean that if we made a hat for each of the Kitsune tails, they could all wear a hat?
Yes. That's actually a thing in mythology. Kitsune having multiple things on their tails for each tail.
That's adorable.
Alright, James, you're up.
My name is James. I am playing Riptide, who is the engineer of this circus, and I am a lateral 9'7" lemon shark.
Yes, everyone heard that correctly. I permitted a shark in my game. I even made it.
So how's that PTSD there, Fee?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
That's why she permitted it, because she was the one who made it.
All right.
She asked me what race I wanted to be, and I just said, surprise me.
Yeah, and then I decided to, and I said, what if I make him a shark? Well, how do I make a shark loyal to the crew? Don't lemon sharks, decide that divers are their pets and that no one can touch them?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's not loyalty, Fee. That's possession. Also, you now know how I felt when I was making Nina.
All right, speaking of you, you're the only one who has introduced themselves.
I'm Michael Bones, and I'm playing Lexington, Doran. I'm a alligator gargoyle, which is a bipedal gargoyle. Alligator, but I have big old leathery bat wings and big old tail. I have nanites under my skin, and there was that one time I'm currently just IT support. By the way, Captain, how long until we can get some more spy cameras? You promised me we'd get more so I could, do more of that thing for you.
I don't remember agreeing to any spy cameras. I remember agreeing to security cameras.
I mean, they're the same thing. It's just, am I doing it for money or am I, doing it to keep people safe? I can do both at once.
Right.
Cough, cough.
I could actually recommend you getting more security cameras for the ship. Might help prevent future stowaways.
Security cameras, yes. I'm not so sure about these spy cameras.
Well, it'd be harder for intruders to hide from security cameras if they don't know they're there.
And, just saying, if we ever pick up passengers and maybe, they decide to stiff on the payment and, you've already got them to port, well, you can just blackmail their entire family and sell them to, any corporation that just needs a little bit of dirt to own them.
So like you said, the difference between security and spy is kind of small.
It's sort of like love and hate. It's the nice edge, or in this case, it's a keystroke, but same thing. And also which flash drive I keep them on. But don't worry about that.
I'm starting to get worried about more things than just stowaways with you.
You hired me.
Hey, look at it this
Yes.
way. We're able to tell you about these things, so you're not as surprised when it eventually comes up.
Granted, I'm not telling the rest of you about the spying, just the captain.
With the fact that all of you have gotten here and already have chemistry, strangely. To clarify, if we have enough people watching on the Saturday this is live, and people actually seem genuinely interested afterwards, we will pick a day that will be Saturday or Sunday where I will just devote my life to being a GM again for a while. The reason being is because I would like a sci-fi game to actually succeed. And if that means I have to roll up my sleeves and do it myself, sure, why not? The other reason being, and this is the first time that this is going to be publicly announced, Messi has given me permission to write a novel.
Ooh.
The novel will be
Messi,
completely
I know that
separate
name.
from Messi is the person who created the game.
Ooh.
Full permission, no strings attached. Go write novel. Okay. Anyway, so what people have been seeing on the screen right now is your ship, which is assembled from the parts and corpses of 6 other ships.
Question.
Answer.
Is the name of the ship literally just stenciled on by hand or something?
Yes! It is literally spray painted on the side because the nameplate for where the name of the ship should be is now occupied by 2 engines, which are those big white things on the front just below the bridge.
So what we have here is a miniature Space Hulk.
This is referred to as a scavenger class. Any class of ship in which it is assembled from the remains of another ship in this universe is referred to as a scavenger class. This is a scavenger class. Let me go double check real quick for the So all scavenger classes also have a ship size class. This is a scavenger class patrol ship, which means that it's patrol vessel in size. It's slightly larger than a small freighter, but can't carry nearly as much cargo because there are things that have been diverted to it, like weapon systems. Such as the fact that your entire central section on the lower deck is just a railgun.
Back at it, yeah!
But this has been assembled from a bunch of different ships. There are a bunch of different technologies that are having to work together from different megacorps that don't usually cooperate very nicely because of proprietary parts, which is why Lexington is actually on the ship at this point, is constantly programming the software to talk to the hardware properly.
And somebody decided to not buy the license to WinRAR and then delete everything about it, but left the registry. So now I need to figure out how to remove that code. Gee, I wonder who that was.
I must emphasize this. Ship combat in this game is not Star Trek or Star Wars. It is very much more like The Expanse. It is terrifying. A single shot can kill you if it hits the right spot. Most of the time that doesn't happen. But most go-to weapons for ships are missiles. Torpedoes are unguided missiles that have bigger warheads. Then you go to railguns, and then you go to close-in weapons such as lasers and point defense cannons. So, advice, if at all possible, if you get into ship combat, panic.
The ship being a scavenger class also explains why there's not a uniform paint job.
Not a uniform paint job, not a uniform part design, not a uniform design philosophy at all. Your railgun is from the Inner Ring Police Force. The main hull is from Mars Corp. The engines are from Proteus. The two pylons on the side are from Spyglass.
Wouldn't those technically be nacelles?
No, they're not nacelles. You want to know what they actually are?
But
They are they are weapons pods that contain missile launchers, flak, chaff, and point defense cannons.
oh,
They are extended away from the ship, so in the event one of them is hit and explodes, it doesn't take the whole ship with it.
huh. I thought those were the nacelles because they look like they have engine exhaust on the back of them.
No.
I think the engine is the darker blue bit on the left. Speaking
Yeah, I
of
figured
paint,
that
I
was
do
the
like
main
The engines are those three white bulbs that are extending towards the frontal midsection of the ship.
Oh.
Oh, so then that's the cannon.
That's
Oh,
the
so that's the
railgun.
front.
This is the front of the ship.
Okay, I thought we were looking at the back of the ship.
That explains
So
a
that
lot.
should make this the bridge.
That is in fact the bridge.
And then
That's how
that
our scavenger class is. You can't tell the ass from the face.
is basically
It is an advantage of this ship. Yes, you cannot tell the ass from the face. It is.
that makes this point defense
Yes.
gun.
That's the point defense gun.
That being said, I do like this particular color of cyan, or shade of cyan.
I will also say that there are certain aspects of the ship that are a little strange. Most ships do have a docking port on the sides or the front. Yours is on the rear.
And let me guess, our docking part looks like a gun.
No. It looks like what you would expect. So here is the rear of the ship, and that big thing in the back is your docking port.
V,
Oh.
that looks like a gun.
That does look like a gun. Or a hanger. One of the two.
That's why I thought that was the front end of the ship, because that kind of looked like the spot for the railgun.
Your actual docking port is in the back of the ship in the fitness room, where you can go in, and then there's a landing that goes up or down. So you can go in and go to the lower deck or the upper deck directly from there. But again, it's stairs, not a elevator of any sort. But then again, you could just cut off gravity, and then it's just a matter of pushing it.
So we're going in through the rear.
Yes.
Yup. Yeah.
Oh, time to bite the pillow.
Good old backdoor access.
Now, I hope you as players have watched the segment of The Expanse I sent you in order to understand how, if you in the event you get into ship combat, how it generally works.
Yes,
I
I,
mean, I
have
can
watched it.
watch-
Although I can always rewatch it again as we get closer to the session 1.
I can watch it as much as I want, but I won't really get a feel for it until it actually happens.
That's fair. In the meantime, what are all of you up to on just a normal day?
Depends on what time of day.
You know what? It's getting close to lunchtime.
Then I'll be making lunch.
Okay, so we're gonna jump to you, and this is gonna be the fun part. So here we have ship internals. We can actually see what the rooms look like in artwork form instead of just a map. And I just need to jump you guys over there. So for you, you're downstairs in the kitchen, which actually is the middle, very middle.
All right. Ah, there I am. Quick question for everybody's characters here. Are there any dietary concerns I should know about?
That's a good question. Does anybody have any dietary concerns for their character? Are you allergic to anything? Do you have a preference?
I'm mostly asking because Hori has a beak and I don't know if she can chew.
Riptide has a seafood attitude. Seafood, eat it.
You would be correct.
Right.
Hori cannot chew. She has to just swallow whatever it is whole.
And, well, Ori's a kitsune, so whatever a dog can or can't eat, so no chocolate.
Actually, chocolate is generally fine for dogs. It's what we use for sweeteners in most chocolates these days. That's actually toxic. No, wait, no, sorry, it's peanut butter. My bad.
Actually,
no, don't
yeah,
feed your chocolate to your dogs, guys.
Actually, technically, in this universe, they would be able to make a form of chocolate you could consume. It would just be it would be designed to remove the toxin parts. So you could have that. That could be a thing.
She'd
right.
rather not take the risk, though.
All right, in that case, I'm going to make
And if you're all
pulled
curious,
pork sliders.
nice.
Actually, do alligators chew their food, or do they swallow whole?
Both sometimes.
Like I know they do kind
Alligators
of
have
to
a much.
break up the bones, but they don't really chew.
Yeah, they don't really chew,
They do.
but then
They do
again, they
kind
have
of like break it off into like bites, into chunks, and then just swallow the chunks.
I think it would depend on how big whatever they're trying to eat is. If it's small enough, they'd probably just swallow it whole, but if it's bigger, like say a deer, they may have to kind of chomp on it a bit to get it down.
As a
Here, let's go to, oh my god, Florida-alligator.com. Has all the facts.
As a side note, and now you made me forget what I was going to say. Thanks. All of you, my brain's not working. Why did you make me forget what I was going to say? Damn it.
Because Florida.
Dang. Shoot. Allison,
Bang.
do you want to be in the... Oh, right, the big pipes. The big pipes in the ship are actually water and plasma pipes that Riptide can swim through. So literally, Riptide can transform down and swim to anywhere in the ship he wants and then transform back up. That is his ship modification, is those pipes that he can swim around in.
I also kind of imagine that all the points of egress and ingress, does it just like a towel waiting for him so he can dry off?
Yeah, you probably keep a towel there. Okay, that gets everybody placed. So Jackson is down there making sliders and having a good time. He's using the food processor to 3D print the stuff he needs. That you don't immediately have on the ship, which strangely enough, Orshin is one person who keeps actual food on the ship, despite how expensive it is.
Mm-hmm.
That brings up another question.
Yes.
Is there any quality difference between 3D printed food and regular food?
Yes. You can tell when you are having real food and when you're having 3D printed food. However, it's not so much that it's really the difference in Coke and Pepsi. Both are technically drinkable, but
It's just one is the right choice and the other one is disgusting.
and
I.e. Pepsi.
and from person to person it varies which one is the right choice and which one is the okay, I'll eat this, but only because it's here.
Okay.
Like, some have preference for 3D printed food, some have preference for real food. Real food's always more expensive as well. Anyway, so you're down there making pulled pork sliders. What is Riptide up to in engineering?
Just doing routine maintenance on the reactor, and then going around and doing the rounds, making sure everything's all up to code.
Okay. So you're swimming around the reactor. You get close to it. Sometimes you get a little too warm. You get too far away from it. It gets a little too cold. Like, the water cycle in here is just designed to cycle the coldest water inward and the warmest water outward over and over again. So you kind of have to work with the current. You swim up to something and you get like 4 or 5 wrench turns in, and then you start to slip away. So you lock the wrench in place and just let yourself take a lap. So it takes a little extra time, but the reactor's always kept cool and running at higher than normal efficiency because it's flooded. So that's what you're up to. Allison, over in the upper fitness room on the treadmill, what else are you doing in there?
Let's see, what else? Wondering how close to the kitchen the captain is, so that way she can try to snatch some of her food before she notices.
Well,
Because she likes stealing a bit of the captain's lunch.
Well, you're sitting there doing the math in your head, and you're like, I'm in the fitness room at the end of the ship. The captain is up on the captain's deck behind the bridge with her room, and the kitchen is about there, which means that you're technically slightly further away, but only because you have to go through engineering.
And I just want to say, if Jackson catches anyone trying to steal anybody else's food, he'll give him a smack.
That's a paddling.
So you're in there exercising, trying to calculate your latest heist. Lexington, where are you?
What was our most recent job?
Your most recent job was a basic transport job from point A to point B. It went very smoothly. There was a moment where you thought you might be chased by pirates, but they're nowhere near here. And currently you're out over Europa, just kind of cruising.
And how long ago was this?
You dropped off the cargo yesterday.
Okay. He's going to be in his room then, and he is looking over all the security footage of the cargo hold. Any security footage of the docks that he was able to pull of the cargo getting loaded, and cross-referencing names and locations, dates, anything he can keyword to everybody involved with that shipment. Until his holo array looks like just... You know those conspiracy theory boards?
Yeah. Conspiracy theory or detective board, that's what you're going for?
Yeah, but it's his hollow thing, and it's his hollow. God, what is that thing called? Hang on,
Hollow projector?
his hollow suite. I think is what it's called.
Yeah, he has a full suite, so he has a projector that he can project out for others to see, or he can make it where only he can see it.
And it's just everybody that had anything to do with that package, or that delivery, just in case there's something you can pass to the captain. Like, hey, check it out. We just transported a bunch of small children. You want to blackmail some folks?
Okay! So you're in there conducting full-on conspiracy theory. Only like 2 of your servers are running to keep this going. You're casually just working on it. Working through your day.
There's a tab that's currently muted that just shows, a bird lady currently having some kind of weird lesbian erotic session. He keeps it muted and paused. Never has it up unless somebody comes in.
Wait, you hide your conspiracy theories with porn?
Yes, he hides his conspiracy theories in his porn folder.
Yes. He's a nerd. What do you expect?
Okay, what did we name the thing in Riptide's head?
The what, sorry?
I'll get to it in a minute. And lastly, Orishin, what are you doing in your captain's cabin / museum?
Well, currently, seeing as nothing else is really going on at the moment, she is going over some of her old tomes, ciphers, etc., and just working on them, seeing what she can figure out, seeing if she comes across anything that might be interesting in them.
Okay. Hori's in her lab as usual. You're up there looking through some interesting things. You found a really nice ancient sword. You're studying the pattern on it to try to link it to what records are available to say which human family wielded this in the 12th century. You're finding that the blade is probably from Korea. And you're working on that and parsing it together as best you can. But, the sword's being a bit elusive because you get, one record from one place and it only shows part of the of the sword's pattern. Then you get it from another place and you get another part, and you're slowly putting the parts together until you actually see the sword in black and white images and artwork pictures, which makes it really particularly hard because you're used to working with things in color. Now you're having to do it in black and white, and then look at the image, and then look at the sword in color and see if it matches the black and white image.
Yeah, it's always a bitch.
Hori's over in her lab doing one of her experiments where she's just taking some of her own blood at this point and rinsing it through and trying to figure out what her actual genetic code is and what parts of her genetic code she still hasn't determined. And Riptide, you get a ding in your head, and your little AI helper, Remy the goldfish, appears and goes, "Hello, phone call." And literally is holding up an antique analog phone as a holographic projection and has it ringing.
Like a rotary style phone?
Yeah, like just an ancient rotary style phone as just a joke.
Can I grab the HUD, this projection?
You can grab the projection and it will initiate. And you've done this a dozen times. You can grab the projection and it will initiate the phone call. And the name that you see on the phone is James, but it has the J, A, and E capitalized, and after James it says exclamation part at symbol asterisk asterisk dash. As the
What is
caller
this,
ID.
Xbox Live?
No. There's just there's a corp where your name importance is determined by the number of things that come after your name and the number of letters that were capitalized.
So Xbox Live, okay.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's the name you see.
Hang on, wait. Can you, when he answers, do we need to like censor out a whole bunch of racial slurs and the like?
No.
Okay. So it's not Xbox Live, it's PlayStation Live, or PlayStation Network.
Okay, Roll20 is not showing the two asterisks because I think that's a command. Anyway, do you still want to answer it?
I'm trying to figure out if I want to be a dick or not.
I mean, you are underwater, so I'm pretty sure anything you say would be semi-non-intelligible.
Alright, so he'll go up to here and answer.
Okay, you breach the surface and answer the phone. Hello, I'm looking for the Adrift Sphere. It's said to be this is your contact information. Remy looks like the most pleased goldfish in the world, even putting its flippers together like their hands, being all nice and sweet and loving in your little eye socket.
Why, yes, good sir. This would be the Azure Drift. Who may I am speaking to?
Oh, I am James. I am a vice president of R&D on Titania. For Pulse. You don't seem like that's not the name of the captain I had here. Did I dial the wrong number?
Yes, you have, good sir. Yes, you have.
Oh, drat. Is there any way you could put me in touch with the captain of the Adrift Sphere, not the Azure Sphere?
Why, yes, I will just punch you through. Just give me one moment.
Orishan, as you're examining the sword and you're getting a bunch of details, your comms phone starts blaring.
Startles her. She kind of clenches the sword and like, what the hell? Goes over to it and answers it. Hello? Hello?
Hello, yes, is this the captain of the Adrift Sphere, not the shark? Did I dial a shark, really? On the screen in front of you appears a gentleman dressed in engineer clothes with a tiny skunk on his shoulder.
Yes, this is the captain.
Yes. I'm the vice president of R&D on Titania for Pulse. We have a situation that requires your attention. It's the skunk talking, by the way, not the wolf.
Oh, she's seen weirder, but only just.
The wolf is just holding the skunk up to the monitor's level.
Mm-hmm.
Something smells off about this.
And what sort of situation is it that you require us for?
Oh, I'm in a bit of a dilemma and require a team for investigation. At present, there is nothing within range out here at Titania to have investigate, but we apparently have a rogue asteroid moving towards our orbit. It's about the size of a large frigate, and I was mostly going to ignore it, and we simply do some basic observations using astronomy, but we've detected some heat signatures that would indicate biological life.
She is getting immediate flashbacks on biological life and asteroid, but continues to listen.
The asteroid's path is from out of our solar system, moving through, and it will slowly arc off of Titania and Neptune's gravity and re-exit our solar system in approximately 17 weeks. We would like to examine these heat signatures to determine what they actually are. It could be magma, or it could be something else, and we're not entirely sure. Since there are no pulse vessels in the area, because we're way out in the fringe, I've been authorized to hire someone to go investigate. You happen to be the closest independent ship that isn't sponsored by Prometheus, so be that as it may, it means that legally speaking, I have to hire you, or I have to look for a ship even further away.
So she knows about the whole thing that happened yesterday that finished. Was there any recent fights they got into or anything that would cause concern for her ship before accepting this?
Titania is deep away from everything. We're talking Neptune is where you would be going.
So there's probably not a lot of people out there anyway.
A research center there might have 20 people.
Okay.
The entire planet, the entire moon might have 400 vectors on its surface. And maybe 100 in orbit, tops. This is... Once you get past Io, things start getting sparser and sparser and sparser. There's only one known research center out in the furthest depths.
Okay. And how much are you willing to offer?
And I stand corrected. You would be going to Uranus, not Neptune. Titania is near Uranus. And the only thing past there is Ceres and Sedna. So he thinks about it. And he goes, "I'm prepared to pay your expenses, of course, and 700 credits for sure determination. If it happens to be a biological specimen, I'll pay an additional 500 credits to bring me back a sample of it. A non-biological specimen, 100 credits per unique sample. Does that sound reasonable?"
Kind of thinks about it. If I remember correctly, that's like, it doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a fuck ton because rent and stuff is...
Remember that rent on a 3-bedroom apartment with utilities and food is 50 credits for a month.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, yeah.
And that's not ramen, that's like good food.
Yeah, that's like actual good groceries. That's a middle class 3-bedroom apartment for a month. So this would be 2 years of all the expenses you would need if you lived on a planet to keep the roof over your head, food in your belly, and the lights on.
Yeah. She gives a visible ponder about it.
I understand that it would. I understand it will cost fuel and oxygen and things of those nature, and of course we will provide for that. But it's more the fact that we're bringing you out into the outer rim to get here, and you're currently at Europa, so it would be a bit of a stretch for you to get back to civilization, and therefore we have to make it worth your time.
She nods. Yes, I think that should suffice. Thank you very much.
Very good, very good. Pulse has staked rights claim on the asteroid and positioned a probe there. It does have a signal coming from it near what we believe to be an entrance into the deeper parts of the asteroid. But, yes, I just need it confirmed if there's a biological specimen, and there's a bonus in it if you can bring me back one alive. I don't know of anything out here. Our sensors on Titania are not the best, but who wants to raid a research facility on a moon in the depths of space?
I'm one of the few people who would.
Oh. Drat.
That was a joke.
Oh dear, you gave me a start. But yes. If you have any other questions, you can contact me at the number that was provided by the caller ID. I will happily answer, seeing as the only way to get this number is if I called you. I don't even know what the number is.
Before you go, could you please send us the signal so we know what we're looking for instead of having to search a little while for it?
Oh, absolutely. I'll all of the telemetry data we've gathered and the heat signatures in question. And you get this big file upload. It's like 30 gigabytes of images and video data, and it takes it takes a good 10, 11 seconds to upload to your ship's computer. And it's all zipped up and has the access password transmitted on the screen. However, you probably, knowing corporate entities, probably want Lexington to check it first.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, definitely. She's going to call the crew before touching it at all. Thank you very much.
Again, if you have any further questions, please contact me immediately. A discovery of this nature would be revolutionary, after all. Discovering a xenobiological life in the Sol system that's not a whisper would be groundbreaking.
She nods. I am very excited to find out myself.
The transmission ends and the screen cuts black. And at this moment, you get a weird feeling. Like the type of feeling, the type of kind of pricking at the edge of your skin when you would activate your transcendence implants. That somebody taking their finger, for instance, in real life, it would be like somebody taking their fingers and just grazing the microscopic hairs on your forehead without actually touching the skin.
Mm-hmm.
You get that feeling, and you're like, and you're not quite sure why. And then it vanishes.
Well, if this is anything like the last time, I'm going to have to be extraordinarily cautious. Does she have like some sort of intercom system in her room she can access?
You have an intercom system in your room you can access. You also have a transmission link to everyone's various consoles and data pads that you could also use.
All right. Well, she's going to get on the intercom. Yes, hello everyone. This is your captain speaking. I would like to start a meeting. We've just accepted a job. Also, Lexington, I need your assistance with some files.
Lexington sits up and gets off his shelf and looks around, looks at the speaker, gets onto the intercom. What exactly do you need my help with there, boss?
They're from a corporation. Do your magic to make sure they're nothing viral.
Wait, did they, send us a file of some kind?
Yes, telemetry.
Put it on a flash drive, delete it from the ship's mainframe. I'll be right there.
Does she have a flash drive? That's the question.
Yes, you can produce a flash drive. That's not that hard.
Okay, then she will follow the instructions of the tech person.
As Lexington is getting up, he starts an entire system sweeping scan. You know when you go to that one site that just opens pop up, that opens pop up, that opens pop up.
Mm-hmm.
He's and afterwards you close down everything. You don't dare restart your computer for fear of something happening. You just start all of the antivirus scans you can.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lexington does that, and then he stands there for a minute to make sure it's not taking an unusually long time or taking an unusually short amount of time. He also checks all recent data transfers for size and duration.
So, this would be a protocol check. Or, if you want to hack into the file without opening it, this would be a sabotage check.
So the scans on his own. So the first round of scans is just on the ship's systems to make sure there wasn't malware sent alongside it, and to make sure nothing got pulled out of the ship's registry during that data transfer.
Okay.
So checking uploads and downloads,
Okay.
and then just doing a quick virus scan of everything on the ship's systems
Okay.
without touching that one file.
That would be a difficulty 2. Community exert, operate, where you're basically making sure the file is what it says it is on the tin. So difficulty 2. What's your community exert?
Okay, so that's a 2, and then and you said operate?
Operate.
Okay, which is a 3.
Alright, so you would roll 2d8 plus 3. You need a 12. You have a boon on operate, so you can re-roll one of the dice automatically.
And that's 2d8
plus 3. Because you have
plus
3 points of operate.
Okay. Sorry, still getting used to this dice system.
Everybody is, that's why we're doing this.
So 2d8 plus 3. If the results aren't good, I can use a boon to reroll
One of the dice,
One dice.
instantly without having to use any focus.
Well,
I'd re-roll the 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, gonna reroll that 1.
Target number is always 12. Unless you're making an attack against someone.
Well, not so good.
That's 4,
only a,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, not a 12.
Do you want to spend to focus? You have 11.
And this is his job. Yeah, this will be to reroll the other dice.
Okay.
And I just realized I accidentally hit 1d6 instead of 1d8. Oh well.
Oh, reroll just a d8. So just roll 2d8. Hey,
Okay, so
that is definitely more
There
than
you
12.
There we go. That's a
So,
13.
as usual, every corporate file in the world has the standard advertising information collection malware, which you detect and wipe because who wants spam in their email? Although you could also attach it to one person on the ship in particular if you wished.
Well, in this case, it's going to be deleting all the tracking cookies, but saving the advertisements for later keyword searches.
Okay.
Because the advertisement itself shouldn't be the issue, even in this futuristic timeline. It should be the tracking cookie and advertisement cookie that's attached to them.
Cookies.
Okay. So you're processing and getting through all of it, and then you get to the telemetry. What you see at first is just the telescopic observation of a rock in space, floating around. To, humans in our day and age, something fascinating and wondrous. To you, it's a rock. It's mundane. You've seen thousands of them. And then the telescope starts cycling through images. And the first image it comes to is the radiological image, basically detecting radiation. The rock has various degrees of delta, gamma, and beta radiation that it shouldn't have, because as it goes through this, the first image is just the raw radiation readings. The second image is a bunch of labels coming up saying warning, 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 or unknown source, unknown source. And you're sitting there looking at it, and you don't understand what some of this is. It's chemical equations and complex compounds. It's advanced chemistry and metallurgy, if anything. And then the next image is a heat scan. And this is where things get strange. The rock has a heat source on the upper left quadrant from where this image is being taken, labeled geometrically 89 degrees from center by negative 47 degrees from center as the rock is tumbling and they're trying to create GPS coordinates on it. And the image keeps taking, the camera keeps taking rapid fire images. And every time it takes a new image, the heat inside the rock is shifting slightly. And at first you think it's the camera angle shifting as the rock is tumbling through space, and then you realize at 60 frames a second, over the course of several seconds, the heat has shifted in the same way you would expect a vector, such as yourself, to walk around while being looked at through a thermal imaging camera.
Puts on his headphones and puts on his glasses, and he'll watch for the entirety of the scan.
The last bit is a video, a standard color spectrum video. Nothing special. Except for as this probe has repositioned itself in direct orbit over where it detected the heat scans. And there are these thin purple and blue lights that flicker in and out, almost as though a fire smoke detector flashing light would. But they're clearly not artificial because they're jagged and twisting and winding, almost like vines. And they flash in and out for a few seconds when the rock is facing the sun, and then as soon as it's facing the void again, they stop. That's all the probe collected before it couldn't keep up with the rock anymore.
So he had been sort of partway turned towards the door, watching all this. He turns back to the monitor, sits down, and starts typing up records. Or starts bringing up the, whatever the equivalent of the internet is. I forget what it's called now.
Interstellar net.
The interstellar net. And opens a private channel to the captain over his comm. PDA thing.
His pad.
His pad, yes.
Okay, what do you say?
Boss, where is this research station? And I don't mean what planet, I mean exact location and what kind of probe did they use?
Trying to think what it's Titania was.
Titania.
Was the movie. Titania. You'd reply, it is out in Titania. As for the probe, you see a couple dots. I'm not sure. I'm not good with that sort of technology. All I know is that it's out on a moon near Uranus named Titania.
And where did it come from?
The asteroid came from out of our solar system. That's why this is so intriguing.
Which direction?
If Lex scrolls through, he can actually get the astronomical telemetry that shows the probe's direction.
The probe tracked that? Cool. What does the probe say?
Based on the dust cloud detected that being left behind, as well as a shift from solar winds and radiation and things of that nature, and the asteroid's current trajectory, as well as accounting for gravity, the asteroid would have come from... Let me look this up real quick. I'm actually getting the exact name. is this gonna be so hard?
Because you have me playing a brain person whose job is to investigate, so I'm going to ask you strange things like this.
Yes, that's fair. It would have had to have come from Canis Minor dwarf, which is 42,000 light years away. So it would have had to have been floating here through space at a speed of roughly 2,600 kilometers an hour for several millennia.
Hang on, I'm pulling up a map of Canis Minor, you said?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, is the map of the Milky Way galaxy roughly the same as it is today, Fee?
Yeah, it's only the universal expansion's only changed it slightly.
Well, and everything is also slowly rotating.
Yeah.
That's why I ask. Okay, let me find Canis Minor real quick. Yes, everybody, I'm actually doing the smart person stuff real quick.
Well, of course.
Carnia Centaurus, Omega Centauri. Oh god, where is Canis Major?
Canis Major is 25,000 light years away.
So where is Canis Minor?
Do you want it in reference to the Earth's sky or in reference to us or Canis Major?
Canis Major.
In reference to Canis Major, it's roughly 14,000 some odd light years further away and positioned relatively on top of it.
Oh damn! So that's not even in the Milky Way galaxy at that point.
Yeah.
So that's goddamn okay. Yeah, because Canis Minor isn't even on our modern star maps.
Mm-hmm. Because it's long since moved behind Canis Major in such a way it can't be distinct right now.
Yeah, hang on.
Okay. I like how far down the rabbit hole he's determined to go.
Whilst
Okay, so I see Cancer, Gemini, Hydra, Monoceros, sorry. This is the stuff that happens when you have an information person who's actually looking for information.
Can I just say, whilst Lexington is doing Lexington things, Jackson's going to go on the comms and go, if you're going to have that meeting, Captain, you better be having it in the cafeteria. I won't have you skipping lunch again.
You get no reply as she's intently focused on what she's doing at the moment, as is per usual. As you know, whenever she gets focused on something, short of an emergency, you're not getting her attention.
Carter responds, why would we have the meeting in the cafeteria? Don't we usually meet in the crew quarters? You could just bring the food there.
Lunchtime.
You could just bring the food there. We have a table.
You can't tell right now, but I am glaring at you.
Wow. He's actually upset this time.
Given that everyone seems super busy, Allison is going to take her chance to sneak some of the captain's food.
Okay. This would be an opposed test, so one of you would roll. Jackson would roll perception, and Allison would roll stealth. Jackson, you are currently distracted because you have people talking to you on the intercom, so you would be rolling at difficulty 3. Mind perceive, whereas Allison will be rolling at difficulty 2, body exert.
All right, mind, perceive, and
Higher difficulty means that you would roll by 1, means you roll a d8 and a d6.
okay. I was just trying to remember whether or not I would have a bonus.
Well, you don't have any simplifications for this.
Would this be a regular occurrence?
Mm-hmm.
Would that simplify? Because
Yeah.
I'd be expecting it.
Yes, it would. You're now rolling 2d8. This is how you get extra dice in this game. You literally just have to justify it.
Okay. So changes a D6 to a D8, correct?
Yes, you get 2d8. And Allison is going to be throwing difficulty 2, body exert stealth.
Which I simplify, so that puts it at difficulty 1, correct?
Yes, so you would be throwing 2d10 and adding 2 because of your stealth score. This is the cat and mouse or cat and dog, as it would be on the ship, where constantly the dog is trying to be ever vigilant of the captain's food, and the cat is always there.
– 12 versus 16.
If this is opposed, does that mean am I allowed to re-roll anything?
You are allowed to spend focus to reroll.
I'm going to spend 1 focus to re-roll the 5.
Alright, I want to just point this out to you. Her rolling a 16, you actually can't succeed unless both dice are 8.
Yeah, you have to roll. You have to roll max on that.
You might want to save your focus.
Fine.
So as you're having your heated discussion with Hori, who's actually surprised you can get mad. One of the captain's sliders disappears.
He does a double take and go, "Damn it, Allison!"
Not sorry.
Thankfully, however,
making a replacement.
Oh, no. This has happened so often that you've gotten so used to it. You already had replacements ready secretly under the counter.
Yeah, that sounds like something I would do. Oh. Or maybe I would sabotage it.
Then you simply pull one out and put it onto the captain's plate, and then close the counter drawer and lock it.
I yell at Shauna as they're running away. Hey, since you're up and about, can you drag the captain down here?
No promises are made.
Good enough.
At least if you want the gravity to stay on.
Good enough.
Wait, why would are you gonna... You better not cut off the gravity right now.
I'm not. But if I really wanted to drag the captain down from her cabin, I would just turn off the gravity and pull her along.
I will kill you if the gravity turns off right now. That would be
no killing anybody. That's the rule.
I will sedate you while you're trying to work out.
That's fine.
This will be the 3rd time you've ruined an experiment with me trying to work while turning off the gravity.
Maybe you should invest in some maglock beakers.
Does anybody have anything else they want to do in the meantime before we group everyone together?
Yeah, I actually cannot find a map that shows both the relative position of Earth and of both the Sol system and Canis Minor.
Yeah, because
I've been through about 24 maps now, and none of them show Minor.
Yeah, because 900 years ago it phased into such a position that we can no longer see it. So
I can't even find it on galactic maps.
you're welcome. Let's just put it this way.
Yeah.
That rock's from a long, long way away.
It's very far away from home.
It's from outside our solar system.
Galaxy.
Well, it's from outside our galaxy. It's not solar system. It's galactic at this point.
In the meantime, does anybody have anything else before we group together?
She's waiting on whatever Lexington has to say in response.
Lexington doesn't actually make it there. He's busy cross-referencing everything between Canis Minor and Titania. Checking to see what planets are along the way, which ones are reasonably close. Say 1/10 of a light year, maybe 2/10 of a light year, and what known organizations operate in that area. Only he's not doing keyword searches. He's just searching using the most bare bones basic shit.
There's a ring at your door. You haven't realized it, but nearly 25 minutes has passed.
Immediately all tabs. Yes, come in. Come in.
The door opens, and standing there is Hori, who looks at you with that weird bird head tilt that the bird that the Avele do, and goes, "You're late. Jackson sent me to find you."
Looks at Hori, awkwardly looks over at the screen that quite clearly shows bird porn. Immediately alt tabs again. I was, looking at but you and I was.
There's a very unamused face as the eyes blink a few times.
She would actually probably recognize it as being Starfeather. Okay, I'll just bring all my let me set up my remote workstation real quick. Oh, hey, look at that. Collects his PDA. The malware scan finished.
Do you care
I'll
to inform me why you're actually down here, or should I simply comment that you have good taste?
Wait, you think I have good taste? Wait, no, that's. I was just researching everything that could be interfering with that rock between Canis Minoris and Titania.
Busted.
That sounds like a job for the science officer who is standing in front of you.
Your job is the not that I'm telling you what your job is, but I didn't want you to be overburdened by that, especially when there's all this weird chemical stuff going on with it. And should this rock really even have magma at all? If they're thinking it might be magma, can this thing even support life? I mean, it's so small, it shouldn't be able to support any kind of gravity well or anything like that, right? I think. Shifts it back over to the
Do you
probe
care
results.
to give me the files, or do you wish to do it entirely on your own? And are you coming to see the rest of the crew so we can discuss this?
Yes, ma'am.
She points a big wing down the hall towards the stairs.
Awkwardly, starts to go to the door, immediately turns around, locks his computers, turns right back around, and not quite sprints, but like quickly, runs out the door towards the meeting.
I fail to see what he is always so embarrassed about. I have done a physical on him, after all. It's strange, I've seen all of them naked, and I'm attracted to none of them.
Strange that you think Lexington has pants on.
So, this is the actual...
I'm kidding. He does have pants on.
This is the actual grid map of the ship. The far...
I'm sorry, was this map gridded out in RimWorld?
Yes. It was the only way I could get exactly what I wanted.
It's what she uses a lot of her sci-fi stuff for, because I don't have sci-fi assets. Otherwise,
And
I would.
sci-fi assets are way overpriced. And you know what? And you know what? 45 minutes in RimWorld, boom, ship. So the very far right side is the upper deck. The middle is the lower deck. And the left side is the crew and captain's quarters. You could probably figure out which room is yours.
I'm going to assume that the one I'm picking is mine.
Yes, the one full of water with the pipes and the vents. The one with the screens would be Jackson's. The ones with the high-tech looking computers would be Lexington's. The ones that looks like it's made out of wood would be Hori's. And the one with the extra things to jump over and jump around on would be Allison's. And then the other one is just an empty room that you guys happen to have.
I don't see a room full of computers.
It would be this. These giant server things here and the secondary smaller ones up here.
Click and hold again. Okay.
In the meantime, over here, and also you will notice that the central table is set up like that, but if you look over and move Jackson's token, for instance, you can see that his token is technically longer, his chair is longer than everyone else's. And anytime that there's a chair for Hori, it's perch. So you're gathered here in the kitchen because Jackson insisted on the kitchen. I'd originally positioned you all in the common area over there, but you know what? Kitchen.
It is supposed to be lunchtime.
Jackson has prepared sliders for all of you that happen to be pulled pork, or an approximation thereof, with mushrooms and a side of a baked potato.
Oh, I just want to comment. I am experimenting with the spices this time around. Let me know if it's off.
The moment Lexington comes in, it's literally just, hi, here is completely isolated network, non-networked system. I need that thumb drive. Pass it here. Thank you very much. Holds out a hand for the thumb drive.
She reaches into her pocket, painfully slow, just because you didn't wait for her to respond, and slowly hands it to you.
Plugs it in, and just goes right back into hacking into it. Doesn't bother asking for the password.
Captain, do you care to tell us what the job is that Lexington is now obsessed over?
I was just about to ask the same thing.
I swear I should have
Well,
taken counseling lessons.
well, these individuals on the Uranus moon of Titania have commissioned us to go to this floating asteroid that's from out of our solar system. Apparently they found heat signatures and possible signs of, well, either life, magma, or something of the sort on it. So of course they're very curious, and of course I'm very curious because of such.
Anything
The
notable?
payment.
Anything notable beyond the heat signatures?
You would have to ask Lexington on that. All they told me was the heat signatures and that it's from out of our solar system.
At the mention of life and out of our solar system, Hori's push frame stops working for a second and the slider it was holding drops to the floor. Did you say out of our solar system as in xenobiological in origin?
That is a possibility. We don't know for sure until we go there. That's why we're investigating. Yes, I know, life on asteroid. That's memories I'd rather not dredge up.
Quick
memory?
question.
What?
Quick question. How long is the table?
About 2.5 to 3 meters. These are fairly large tables because, you have two fairly large crew members.
The reason why I'm asking for it, because when she starts dropping her slider, Riptide's going to drop to the ground and sling his tail out to catch the slider before it hits the ground.
You could do that. It would, Did not see that one coming.
Would that be a body exert?
That would be a body exert, yes.
All right.
Difficulty 2, body exert. You can add your CQC if you wish.
Okay. My body exert is 3.
Actually, no, this would be body exert athletics.
So since it's a 3, that should be a D10 and a D8, right?
D10 and a D8 plus athletics, and he has a boon in athletics too. Holy crap, he's actually good at this. I like how you guys are just stealing food from each other.
Oh no, I'm not stealing it. I'm gonna put it on the table in front of her.
Oh,
He's
you're
saving
saving it.
Yeah, he's saving
I'm saving it from hitting the ground.
Alright, roll a D10 and a D8, Ned. 2.
Add 2, yeah.
You have a boon on this, so you can re-roll it.
The goal is 12.
Well, damn.
Well, roll the D10 and D8 at the
Yeah.
same time. So roll the D10. That's enough.
That's enough. Plus 2. You get it with change. So you the slider stays kind of together, hits your tail, leaves a little stain of barbecue sauce, and you pull it out and set it on the table in front of her, and Hori looks down and goes, "Thank you."
Yeah, don't let that good food go to waste, you know?
Yes, but xenolife has only been theorized outside of whispers. And whispers are not really studyable, they're kind of terrifying.
She nods. Like I said, it's a possibility. We're not sure. I wouldn't put our hopes on it, but we should still be cautious just in case.
So, what exactly are they paying us to do? Just go there and be like, yep, it's moving.
Specifically, they are paying us to go there and collect samples if it is non-biological life. 100, I think they said 100 credits for each unique sample, or if it is biological life, 500.
Out of character question.
Sure.
Since people are openly talking about whispers, I'm assuming that means Jackson knows what the fuck a whisper is?
You have an idea of what a whisper is, but unless you either have a transcendent implant or have directly encountered one, you only know, stories. You don't actually know what they are.
So what is... That means I would know one. What is one, then?
A being that seems to be made of pure liquid that rips into our reality by consuming the mind, body, and soul of a living being already here to fuel its existence.
It's
Oh,
the liquid
fun.
T1000, but ripped out of the warp from 40K.
Here, I actually let me go grab a picture example.
Though I will say we should be extra cautious. For some reason, whenever this was brought up and the transmission ended, my implants acted up a bit. My transcendent ones.
Your implants acted up? In what way?
Yes,
Do I need to perform a medical exam?
Probably not. It was like as if I had activated them. I felt that tingle across my fur.
But if you want to look in general, that is what a whisper actually looks like. That is just one example.
So bring the Browning. Got it.
Yes. And so far, the only things that have been indicated by these creatures is they are innately hostile to all forms of vector and human life.
Well, this will be good. I hope we're getting paid well.
Yes, like I said, 500 if we find biological life, 100 for each unique sample if we don't, and that's on top of the 700 for going out there, plus all of our expenses, such as fuel, oxygen, etc.
That's,
About to ask if we were being paid to go out there. You said Titania.
Correct.
That's like that's the shark's ass of nowhere. offense, Riptide.
It is, but as scientists, the shark's ass of nowhere, as you so elegantly put, is the best place to look for these sorts of discoveries. If it is a discovery.
Did they mention why they don't just send a shuttle or one of their own ships out there? Why are they having us come out there?
They said that they were legally required to have someone else do it.
That or they just don't want to risk any of their own people sending it out there. So, because if we confirm things and die, then they get all the credit with the minimal cost.
I would assume it's column A, column B. They could probably get around it legally if they wanted to, but I don't think they want to.
Still sounds a bit fishy to me.
Are we really just going to make a bunch of shark puns here?
Joke's on you. Sharks aren't fish.
They're not mammals.
I mean, I personally feel as though we could continue this until we blow out the hole.
She gets up. Starts walking towards the door.
I don't see the purpose to all this.
Allison gets up, goes over to Riptide, licks his arm, and says, tastes like lemon.
Orson, dear, might I remind you that Jackson will physically come get you to finish your meal. And while you are the captain, I am technically the medical officer and can tell him that you are medically advised to do so.
She is right. She does technically outrank you.
Well, no, only in terms of medical. Anyway, yes, Orson?
Yes, and I can turn off the gravity and watch all of you float around hilariously.
And then
I'm
I
a
can turn it back
spacer.
on.
I can maneuver.
So
As can I.
Please, can we stop threatening to turn off the gravity? I have a very delicate experiment, and 1G is what it needs to be set at so it doesn't break.
Yes, let's get back to the purpose of why we're here.
Riptide, that's enough.
Lexington, have you opened the flash drive yet?
Since he's already hacked it one time, does he have any issue with opening it back up?
Nope.
Okay, then after opening it, he would have. How long did it take him to open it the first time, or that second time? Sorry.
You double-clicked on it.
So after doing that, he would have immediately started the equivalent of doing a broad Google search for whispers, whisper, and whispered, ending with an ED. And then once it was brought up, he would have started searching for, what was the other thing? Oh, the law that, or the corporate regulation that Pulse is trying to invoke, so that they have to, call a, a scavenger class.
Third party.
Third party, thank you.
Okay. So the
And as
search
soon as his name
terms
is
for
brought up,
whisper, whispers, and whispered, all that really gets you is the Webster Dictionary of whisper and a bunch of images of vectors and whispering to each other. There are some weird stories occasionally of a mass suicide on Europa, but that's like buried deep in the conspiracy websites.
guess which one he's going to go into.
Guess what his favorite place is?
I don't think you understand. This is a person who looks through all of the sources, sees the Alex Jones piece, and immediately goes, either that's complete bullshit, or it's the absolute 100% truth. I need to look at that one.
I do also need you to make a sabotage roll difficulty 4 against the file.
Uh-oh.
Wait,
So, sabotage is 3. Wait, against the file?
Yes, that you've opened and are looking through and having things run scanning on. I need a mind exert sabotage difficulty 4.
Okay, he's already opened it one time.
This is for something else.
So it is on a closed network PDA.
This is not dangerous.
Okay. Is it related to any of the keywords that he's looked for so far?
No.
Okay. So Mind Exert 4 is the difficulty, right?
So you're rolling a D8 and a D6, adding your sabotage because you're using your hacking program, so that's 3.
Wait, why did my character sheet just do weird stuff?
Oh, because I jumped to inventory to check something and then jump back.
Oh! See, now you got me wondering what's going on in my inventory that you gotta look at.
I just
Now I'm scared.
I just had to make sure you had the program. You do.
Which program?
Don't worry about it. Just roll the dice. You do have a boon.
Jesus,
You can
damn.
re-roll the D8.
Good thing for all these boons. Nope.
So that's only a 10.
You need a 5 or a 6 if you re-roll the D6.
Yeah, I wouldn't waste the focus point on it, honestly.
You have a lot
but
of focus.
He has a ton of focus. This is literally why the captain hired him. He's good at this. God, network lockout doesn't work on this. Scramble doesn't work. Probe is a activated thing. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. None of his reclaimed stuff. His germs.
It's me, the GM, saying it's probably worth the focus point.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah. Okay. So can I re-roll the D8, or do I now have to roll the D6 instead?
Since the D8 was re-rolled using a boon, you may re-roll the D8, but once you re-roll using focus, you're stuck with a number.
Oh.
God
Well,
damn.
getting a 4.
Okay, well, whatever it was, he didn't notice. That's only a 4, 7, 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you so wish to sacrifice one of your field hacks, you'll be able to punch into it anyway.
Oh, wait, field hacks. I thought you said he'd already managed, since he'd already managed to hack into it one time, he'd be able to just double click it and call it good.
No, this is for your programs to discover something that was there that you couldn't discover until you had the original file in your hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, he would totally burn one of those.
Okay, so the automated thing on your computer pops up. You're down to 3 field hacks now. That's 100 credits, by the way. Pops up and it informs you that as it's showing the probe approaching the asteroid. Warning pops up. Warning, doctored photo. Warning, doctored photo.
Ah, well, this is interesting. Allegedly this thing came from Canis Minor. It's outside of our solar system, but you really don't need to know that. What did Lex find out as far as corporations and planets that would have been between Europa and Canis Minoris?
Titania, you mean? Nothing. There's nothing. There should be nothing out that far. As far as the doctored photo, your computer lifts the original data and re-renders the photo. And on the radiation spectrum, there's a contrail leading to the asteroid, like a ship already went there. From the same direction the probe is coming from. As far as the legal claim you have to deal with, any claimed body in space must be verified by a third party that this body exists before the claim can be validated. So while Pulse can put a claim on the asteroid, someone else who's not Pulse has to say, yes, that asteroid exists.
So a third party has to verify it's there, then Pulse can swoop in and take the discovery.
Yes.
Okay.
But,
Question.
Go ahead.
Is Lexington's Hackamy Doodles up and where everyone can see it?
That's up to
He'd
him.
be doing all this in the corner with his PDA turned towards him. He's not going to display anything until he has the file open and any search results that he's interested in pulled up. What did the conspiracy theorists bring up for Whispers? Oh, it was a suicide on Europa, right?
Mass suicide.
How mass are we talking?
572 individuals.
That's a lot of people committing suicide. Any pictures?
Yeah, there's pictures of people jumping off buildings, pictures of people just getting up, walking to the other room, and putting a gun to their head. Everyone died or expired within 33 seconds of each other.
Wow, that's definitely interesting.
In a single day, there were 551 suicides on a planet that normally only has one suicide a day.
Jesus, one suicide a day. Imagine that low of a number. Goddamn. God, that's a depressing number now that I think about it. The United States has 33 veterans commit suicide every day. That's fucked up.
Well, Europa only has a population of around 106 million total.
So roughly half the population, but a 33rd of the suicides.
And they do have a heavily integrated population. There aren't any who are really allowed to be isolated because Europa is not a properly terraformed planet. So
You get what you get.
yeah.
Oh, right, Europa.
But it also means that it also means that you're usually close to your neighbors, just as a cultural thing. Like, you move into an apartment on Europa, and immediately every apartment that's attached to yours, up, down, left, right, and even the diagonals, wants to come over and have a housewarming party, or he can get to know you and integrate you into the weekly movie night and everything like that.
So, noticing this, he's going to bring up that headline the conspiracy board first about it. Apparently whispers, are a thing that can cause mass suicides, but, who cares really about that? It's only, everybody within this settlement committed suicide within about 33 seconds. So, that's a thing. However, this photo from the telemetry data is falsified. They
Falsified how so?
There was a ship that already, they already sent a ship up there. You can here. Let me clean up the image for you. I'll show you where the doctoring is, and you'll be able to see the chemtrail from the ship that went there. Can you run that by me again? Sorry, the emission trail. Can you run that by me again? A ship went there and then left, or
there is no radiation trail of the ship leaving.
Oh, the ship leaving, not going to.
There's just a radiation trail of it going to, not coming back.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yep, she's gonna get up and go over to look at it.
Jackson will probably grab his food and wander on over so he can get a look as well.
Well, as everyone crowds around and gets a good look, yes, you can 100% verify that, yes, in fact, someone did go there. There are the readings there for a drive signature. The drive signature's decayed by at least a day, so you can't tell. There's no way to match it to a ship. But
Actually, yes, there is. Does the probe data have a? So all files have a created on and a modified on date.
it's not.
Those dates match.
It's not that. It wasn't that actually tripped it. It was the fact that someone forgot to change the built-in photographic timestamp.
Right, but when you click on something and you hit properties,
Yes, I understand that, but because this file was just created on your computer, its creation date and modified date are going to be the same. Which is literally right now. That's what happens when you transfer files. However, the actual built-in information that's like the geolocation, the time and date stamp that's usually hidden inside of the photo's data wasn't modified so that it would look like the same photo anymore and put it out of sequence with the other photographs by several days out of sequence. This means a couple things. One, they didn't just detect this asteroid. They've been monitoring it for at least a week. Two, they probably sent someone already. They didn't leave yet.
Or they just didn't come back.
Yes.
Why
And this
do
is
I?
why you're my tech individual.
Why do I get the sneaking suspicion this is going to turn into a rescue mission?
I don't know if this is going to be a rescue mission. I mean, it's. Is this rock even big enough to support life? And is it even close enough that we can get to life at all? And actually, I wonder. And so all of what he's found so far, he's displaying on his holo array. He's going to look this next thing up on. Is there a data terminal in that room at all?
You can access. You have a built-in Wi-Fi. You can access the ship's data terminals from anywhere.
He is not putting the PDA he has that thumb drive plugged into onto the network again. Not until he has cleaned that thing completely.
Hori leans forward and looks at it and goes, "Well, a research station like Titania wouldn't even have a defense guard. They'd have a couple Marines on hand just in case, but and maybe a couple point defense cannons to prevent a missile attack, but they wouldn't even have an orbital ship at all. That's probably they're the only shuttle they possess that they sent there, which hasn't come back yet. That shuttle would only have 5 days of oxygen. More than likely, the crew up there's dead. At least by the time we get there."
Yeah, see, they're probably already dead.
Well, the fact that the ship hasn't come back should already be an indicator that whoever went there didn't survive. Didn't obviously they're not alive anymore.
Another point in favor of that is, do any of the images contain a ship near the asteroid? If we know one went there and never left, and none of the recordings have that on feed in any way, shape, or form, then the ship is gone. So anyone on there, assuming they don't have access to some sort of miracle technology that would allow a random ass space rock to sustain life for an extended period of time, well, there's no question about rescuing anyone. If anything, we're making sure their next to kin and families have something to bury.
Well, on the life thing, obviously these individuals went and studied this rock for a reason, and for some reason have not left, either due to being dead or some other external matters. Either way, that means there is something on there that would have killed them.
Assuming they didn't bring supplies for an extended stay.
Well, then they would have left.
No, a research station.
Engines problem, maybe?
No, you misunderstand, Jackson. A research station like that would only have a short-range shuttle. They don't have anything that can stay out for more than a week. Unless the entities, unless the vectors on board were modified as our captain is, they would be dead.
Well, I mean, just look at the radiation. If you look at the radiation, does that even check out? I mean, they doctored the emissions from an engine. Maybe they
The
doctored some other
radiation
stuff.
from the photo takes a moment, and Hori's actually going to start examining it. But continue. These radiation patterns, I recognize them. This would be...
Is it that kind of recognize or a different kind?
It's a different kind. It's a... and now I'm going to use a personal ability called I've Heard of This, which allows Hori to roll 3 dice and keep the best 2. So 8, 7.
Did that ability come up in the last game that we played?
No, it didn't. Because I didn't. She didn't get to make her science roll. Oh,
Because I think my character made more rolls than Hori did.
this type of radiation is consistent with the same pattern that would be from the sun. As if you were creating a terraformed planet and needed to divert more sunlight to... That doesn't make any sense. This is an asteroid with no discernible structures. Why does it have radiation readings that would indicate it's being heated up as though you were trying to grow plants?
Do we see the images with the purple vein thingamajiggers?
Everything Lexington saw, he is displaying on his holo array for everybody to see.
So yes, you see
As a 3D image.
you see the 1 minute video, which is relatively benign for 43 seconds. And then on the 44th second, the veins flash. And about 5 seconds later, the veins go quiet again as they go back to facing the void.
You think those things might have anything to do with it? Maybe some type of crystal?
Some unknown material, possibly, but that would be something off of the periodic table completely.
I wonder. Sophie, this will be a question for you, out of character. So the emissions you said are a day old. Is it possible to calculate where on that rock they hit or landed, rather, by factoring in its spin in conjunction with the emissions?
That's another point. Well, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Run that by me again?
So we have an emission trail, right? Or an emission reading.
Yes, we have an emission reading and an emission trail and all the things.
So we know the rock is spinning at a certain speed, right?
Yes.
And we know that those emissions are roughly a day old. Is it possible to figure out around where those emissions stop, which would be when the engines for that ship stopped?
Very easy. And she lines up the emissions and lines up the images and points at it. 89 degrees off center by negative 149.
And out of character, where are those lines?
Right where you were told to go. Like
Is that the same
literally
location?
exact same location down to the millimeter.
So the ship landed at the place where all those weird veins spread out, where the crew is now being told to go.
Yes.
I don't want to alarm anybody, but it's just all of these lines that look really weird and are off the periodic table. I mean, Fiore, you're the smartest person here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Those might be from that ship. or, are related to whatever killed everybody on that ship.
She stopped. You were saying, Captain.
There's another thing we have to keep in mind. Not only is there the radiation for terraformation, and also possibly some sort of living vines on there, but the fact that this asteroid is spinning means it has a gravity well, even though it is far too small to have any effective gravity for a ship to stay on.
Well, is it spinning under its own power or spinning because it got hit?
Yeah, there's countless reasons why something can spin.
Well,
It got
I'm
hit.
saying that the ship is still on the asteroid. It hasn't been seen left, meaning there's a gravity well. Not that it's spinning.
Well, if the ship still
Not true.
has power and...
Not true. In space, anything that has any amount of mass will stick to anything of any amount of mass.
Well, not entirely accurate. Technically, Orishan would be correct, unless the rock has some sort of gravity well that exceeds the mass of the ship, or it has a metallic component and the ship is magnetized to it. The vessel that went up there should have broken away and floated off, at least after a week of being up there.
So either it has a gravity, some sort of artificial gravity, or is far denser than we think it is, or something's holding it there, such as possibly these vines.
Are you suggesting...
So bring the ship in, but don't land. Got it.
Are you suggesting, without any form of hydroponics or artificial creation, that vines could grow over a ship and keep it in place in less than a week?
Again, assuming those are actual vines and not some kind of mineral.
A mineral would take far longer.
I would prefer to believe that they're a mineral at this time. At least until we're physically standing there.
Well, I say vines. I'm not saying they are plants. That's just what they look like, for ease of use.
Look more like veins to me, honestly.
So, out of character, Fee, even if the shuttle has more mass, that would just mean the asteroid sticks to the shuttle. Now something needs to act on the shuttle or the asteroid to dislodge them in space. You don't need a gravity well. They just need to be touching and then they stick together. That's how cold fusion welding works.
Correct.
In character, Lexington's going to point out, so unless, the ship has some means there, let me see if I can't expand this image a little bit. And he's going to look for any debris clouds, anything that looks a little bit odd on the surface of that asteroid, where maybe the ship hit harder than it probably should have.
No, there's no indication of a hard impact.
Wait a minute.
So,
Does this asteroid even have any impact craters?
I'm glad someone actually noticed this. This asteroid's perfectly smooth.
Oh.
Well, that changes a lot.
Save for
Okay, so...
a couple of small black dots that appear to be caves. At least from the angle of the probe.
Okay, so this has definitely got to be artificial in nature, because no way in hell is there space anything that is that free of impact craters.
So, Hori, how big is this heat signature in related to the object?
It's on the surface. It's not actually very deep inside at all.
Right, so the object itself is not a living organism.
Mm-hmm.
But it is moving.
Well, yes, everything in space moves.
Not what I meant.
Based on the scientific evidence I have here before me, this asteroid accelerated.
What?
Yes, it's currently moving at 2,522 kilometers an hour, but there's not any gravity well acting upon it, and the trail here is changed. It's accelerated. The trail is thinner. That means that the object is moving faster. Uh, no gravity well acted upon it, so either something pushed it or it pushed itself.
The heat signature could explain that it has a reactor of some kind.
Well,
Okay,
could
we
the-
are officially now on a timetable.
Yes,
Could the
Captain.
landing of the ship have caused it to accelerate like that?
No. The landing of the ship might have caused it to accelerate as much as 10 meters a second. This is an acceleration of nearly 500. This is the type of acceleration I would expect from a single thruster vector boost, not a landing of a vessel or something else like that. Unless the vessel itself has fired its engines while still attached to the surface, that would make sense. But that would require it to expend all of its fuel to get that kind of acceleration on an asteroid and have no hope of returning.
Lexington's going to do a thing. He's going to access a networked data terminal in the room. I'm sure there's one in the room. And he's going to start looking for any public feeds or public pictures of the sky of Europa. Titania's orbiting Saturn, isn't it?
Uranus.
Uranus. He's going to start looking for anything that looks at the sky of Uranus with high fidelity. And he's going to see if he can't find whatever that mystery thing is.
Mystery
asteroid?
thing?
The asteroid.
You start going through star charts over the last year using your computer to compound the images until the asteroid becomes visible, and then tracing back its trail and everything. This asteroid has been moving towards Sol from the time it was spotted for roughly 233 years. However, its rate of movement has periodically increased, despite it being in the void between solar systems.
And what is it doing now that it's in orbit around Europa? Is it in
No, it's not in orbit. It's moving towards Titania. It's still in the outer rim. And
towards Titania.
it hasn't changed course, which means the gravity well of Uranus should slingshot it back to the void. Should slingshot it back to the void. That the current calculation has a 98% chance that the asteroid will head out towards the void.
That's assuming it acts like a normal asteroid, which it isn't.
Has the public noticed this thing?
Well, yes, it has been noticed by astronomers for 233 years. Just, no one's had the chance to take a very good close in-depth look until it entered our solar system.
He's going to start looking at the conspiracy board stuff about this thing. See what the so-called nut jobs are saying about it.
Nothing. Up until you received this report, this was just a random asteroid in space. Nothing strange about it. Nothing wrong about it. Even the most in-depth astronomical look at it indicated it was just another asteroid that would pass through.
So until just now, it's been just an everyday thing, nothing weird, nothing outside of just, the Weather Channel saying, hey, there's a meteor, heading this way, it should go that way next Tuesday, has come up.
Yeah.
You get to be the first conspiracy theorist on this. Have fun.
Hey, out of character, Lexington's job is to be a conspiracy theorist and find the truth. Out of character, it's just a small thing, but nobody has said anything about this that this rock until just now. Nobody's cared. It's just been a rock. Usually there's at least something like, hey, this rock, might actually hit us, or this rock is going to do this or that. There's nothing though. No family members mentioning, hey, my spouse went to, investigate a rock in space and then they vanished. Nothing. There's just nothing about this thing until just now, and now this thing is going to slingshot around your asshole and then go back into
to be fair, it's been predicted to do this maneuver for 100 years.
Yes,
And
possibly until now.
Then, I mean, it's one random rock in space amongst how many untold zeros worth of random space rocks? I'm honestly more surprised that you would believe there would be some conspiracy about some random
There
space
are
rock.
1.879 million asteroids in the Sol system presently. You would be correct that, yes, this would be weird to have a conspiracy theory about one particular rock that no one should have stepped on in all of our existence.
The only reason we know anything about it is because we were contacted about it. And then from there, we managed to find all these weird things of how smooth it is, how it's accelerating, why no one's come back from it.
But
Alright, so, Captain, what's the operation?
Well, hold on, let Lexington finish.
Apologies.
well, if it's just a rock, even if it's from Canis Manor or Minoris, why did they ever send anybody to look at it then? I mean, there's got to be something that isn't showing up on the scans that.
We won't know until
Which
we get
probably
there.
wasn't until it got.
Saw something.
On top of that, probably wasn't until it got as close as it already is until they noticed anything to begin with.
I was under the impression that they didn't notice anything until it got close, and then they noticed heat signatures. Also, we just lost somebody.
Yeah, who
We
did
lost
lose?
James.
James.
Damn it, James!
We
I'm a doctor, not a. Wait, what?
You are not a doctor, I am, and we likely will not be able to tell much about it beyond, well, anything until we are physically there. I would suggest that we begin setting course and making preparations. It is the outermost rim as well, so unless we run into pirates or some lost freighter that is long since dead, I don't think we'll find anything out there, other than space rock.
I look, Pulse. One of their things is they only promote people that are all about experimentation. They don't promote people unless they're open to experimenting. Something's happening there. It's not just a rock. I mean,
You think
Lexington. We're not saying there's nothing going on. It's just there's no reason for someone to have thought so until now. There's several strange things we've already noticed. The fact that it's almost perfectly smooth aside from what are probably caves, this weird glowing purple light, and why the research team has not come back. These three are enough for us to investigate alone. I'm not saying there's nothing going on, it's just, it's very much on the down low, and something we need to investigate to fully figure out.
I'm just saying, this feels wrong, sir.
It
Boss.
does. It truly does. I know where you feel on this.
You know the rumors about Pulse falsifying accident reports, right?
Every corporation does that. They're not just rumors.
Pulse is known for it.
Yes.
It's not like Marsco. It's not like Progenitus.
Lex, we are not some helpless freighter only armed with point defense cannons. In the event we discover something that is threatening, there is nothing saying we can't simply glass it from orbit and report that we detected nothing.
The probe is long gone by now, so they would not be able to see us do it.
Not to resort to destroying a significant scientific discovery, but I assure you, it would reassure your feelings if you know that I value our lives more than anything we will find on that rock, no matter how extreme of a discovery it would be.
Besides, if anything gives us any troubles, I either hit it with the Browning or hit it with the railgun.
You were about to shoot the, ever-loving, what's that old religious saint called from Earth? Really popular religion back during the 20th century.
Kristen?
Not Kristen.
Christianity.
Christ. Yeah, from Christianity. What's that popular? Jesus! You were about to shoot the ever-loving bejesus out of me when you opened up the, pod that I was in.
I'm probably going to have to go back and rewatch this little section here because my ping went from okay to like 5,000 a second, and then it just shot the bed.
That's fair. Yes.
Oh, good. Basically, we've established that something weird is going on that moon, or not moon, meteorite. And Lexington is kind of on the fence of like, hey, maybe we shouldn't take this gig. And everybody else is like, we should probably take this gig.
We've already accepted the gig, but we transferred the files. We would have a penalty to pay to buy ourselves out of it.
And I'd rather not get us any more debt.
I thinks for a moment, remembers that he's trying to, set up a date with a certain bird. Space, damn it.
And yes, while I was ready to blow your brains out when I discovered you in the cargo hold, you have more than proven your worth. You are a part of this team.
In the escape pod. Not cargo hold, escape pod.
Escape pod. Whatever. Close
All
enough.
good. All good. Anyway, closes down all the tabs, quote unquote, accidentally, opens up, picture of a certain bird that most of the crew will recognize, engaged in lewd acts, immediately closes that. Ignore those. Titania, right? Right?
Yes. We should be prepared, just in case, if there's going to be a fight. Grab your weapons, grab your armor.
Captain, setting course?
She nods. Correct. Could you send him the telemetry without any of the garbage attached to it, please, Lexington?
I will send them only that were direction and heading and speed. I'll keep everything else nice and quiet. By the way, could I talk to you, Captain, offline for a minute? Between employee and employer, when you have a chance in somewhere, my room, when you have a chance. It's not like...
Oh my.
Your pickup lines are terrible.
No, not in my room. Somewhere, anywhere, doesn't matter where, just somewhere.
Lexington, I do not date my co-workers or my crewmates.
That's good. That's good. I don't. Just find me some time. Let me know when, where.
Let's stop digging your own grave, would you please? It's getting embarrassing.
Yeah, it's kind of painful to watch.
Yes. that begins slowly sneaking his way across the wall towards the door, and then pops his head back in. But no, seriously, Captain, I need to talk to you when you have a minute. And then immediately, goes back outside.
So here's a question: had Lexington ate his sliders?
Nope.
The
The man had ones and zeros to look at. Get bent.
Okay, at that, Jackson's probably gonna grab Lexington's plate and go, "Oi, get your food!"
Sorry. Thank you. Takes his plate and immediately
Pats him on the
removes
shoulder.
himself from the cafeteria.
In a similar vein, Orishin's going to grab one piece of food because she needs it and then just walk out.
Jackson's gonna grab his 3 sandwiches and start heading toward the bridge or pilot area, wherever the fuck that is.
Do you have any spare sliders around?
Anything that's on Orishin's plate aside from the one she took.
Okay, then.
It would normally be 1 sandwich per person.
Geez, how big are these sliders?
Sliders aren't very big.
Sliders are small. They're meant to be like 2 to 3 bites max.
Yeah, like usually you get 3 or 4 of them.
Image I saw of a pulled pork slider was on normal sandwich bread that's been toasted.
That's a sloppy Joe, more or less.
They normally try to Photoshop or somehow use angles to trick how big a slider is. You know those Hawaiian rolls that you can pick up at like Dillon's?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Those are the buns.
All right.
One of
So they're
two
slightly
of those top bottom is the buns to a slider.
Okay, so yeah, it's basically pulled pork slider, but actual sandwich size.
Okay, so like 4 of those, 4 sliders to a person.
So a burger.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually 2 with like a side or an accompaniment.
Yeah, she's gonna grab a couple bites and then head on out, and she's just gonna follow Lex because she's not doing anything else at the moment. She's already given her pilot instructions.
And this is our
I'm
captain
assuming
following
this-
Lex, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm assuming this red room here is that the pilot area?
The bridge would be on the left side at the top of the screen where you have, the communications area. I didn't actually have anything to put that could represent a pilot's chair, so,
So
Wait, can you drop us a pin real quick, Fee? Where's that at? The cockpit?
upper right-hand corner.
Oh, the green chair.
The green chair is the captain's
gotcha.
chair, and
Yeah, that was the thing. You said upper left, and it's like
my
that's where the
mistake.
crew
Upper
stuff
right.
is.
And then that makes this engineering, staircase, elevator.
It's all
what's
staircases.
this?
There's no elevators on board.
My bad. What's this?
What's what?
Oh,
That's the
med bay.
med bay.
okay. And that is
Corey's laboratory.
That's Horry's lab, yeah.
This wall here is technically transparent. It's a plexiglass wall.
Got you. I'll let everybody else declare what their characters are doing before, Lexington talks to the captain.
Riptide's just gonna give the ship a once over and make sure everything's all in order.
Yeah, Allison's just gonna finish her food, eat anything that was left behind, then go back to working out.
And Jackson will be getting into the pilot's seat and setting course.
All right.
Is that everyone?
I do believe so.
Okay. Like Lexington is not going to talk to the captain until they get back to Lexington's room, which has a
Should we wait for
suspicious
Fee?
number of
Fee gone?
computers.
Yeah, I think Fee's gone.
I'm here.
Oh, I thought
okay.
you were.
So move my
Oh,
character
yeah.
token.
Ah.
And you were quiet.
Yes, because all of you were talking.
Oh, sorry. Does Fiore or Howie?
Hori.
Hori.
Hori. Does Hori go back to do stuff?
She goes back to her laboratory. She doesn't really have a reason to go anywhere else at the moment. She needs to check on her experiment.
Alright.
Vampire.
Quick question.
Got it.
Where in this room is the pilot seat?
It would technically be somewhere over here, but I don't actually have a thing for it yet.
Alright.
Work in progress. It's a whip.
Oh, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to make myself some to eat.
So, Lexington, what was it you needed?
Lexington kind of, so far, he's been kind of walking with a bit of a lurch almost. He kind of pops his neck a little bit and strains out his back. Captain, you pay me to keep an eye on everything about the ship. And that includes the exterior. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
We need to make a stop then, so we can pick up more security cameras for the exterior. We have a very small number on the exterior. Most of our cameras are on the inside.
I suppose having cameras on the outside with better views would be a good idea, yes.
Especially since we're going into a place where, space knows what's happening out there. Especially given what happened to the Star Rise, I don't want to run into that issue again, where we don't see something until there's already an intruder on board.
Well, do you know of any places we can do a quick stop by along the way?
Fiaura?
Well, you're at Europa. There's not really any place between here and Titania that would be a quote quick stop. It's mostly going to be just private enterprises like research labs or military base type deals. There's nothing here that would be open for you to dock at. Except for the research base, obviously, would allow you to land to refuel and rearm. And resupply.
No, boss, because we're in the middle of the sun's asshole nowhere. There is nothing between us and Titania except for the research station. And if we're lucky, we can pick up a few small security cameras that I can't actually encrypt the data to and from. Meaning, I'd be making a gigantic hole in our security system for. This is why I've been telling you, we need to stop somewhere and get more security cameras, more voice catchers, more voice recorders. You employ me to keep an eye on the systems and programs of your ship, and I can do that, but you also pay me to keep an eye on passengers and crew, and to keep an eye out for anybody trying to sneak on, and I can't do that while you keep sending us from place to place where there is bumfuck nothing for me to work with.
And I understand. After this job, obviously we cannot do it now. It would take far too long. After this job, We can stop by somewhere, get the security cameras we need, especially with the money that we are getting from this. It would give us enough to be able to buy it. What we need to cover the outside. Does that sound fair?
I want at least a dozen. I also need updated schematics for all of the various ships that have been used to cobble together the Adrift sphere so I can identify weak points in the hull so that I know where somebody needs to actually use a pressure or sorry, my brain just
For the
shot
10th
brain.
time, Riptide's already done that, and can you close your comm?
Why are you still connected to my comms?
Because I was told to locate you, and you answered the phone.
Go easy on him, Hori.
It's-
He's just trying to do his job.
Forget you heard anything. Hits the hang up button. I need to know where the weak points are in the hull so I know where somebody needs a plasma cutter and where somebody just needs a little bit of gumption and will to punch a literal hole in the ship with a gloved hand. I need at least 24 security cameras just to cover weak points, not to mention the seams where one piece of ship meets another. You know that your engines are hanging on basically through sheer gumption and duct tape.
Lexing. Hold on. Pause.
You're good, dude. There's a reason I'm just using my regular voice for all of this shit.
No, Pop-Tart went down the wrong tube.
Oh!
You okay? Did you just try to breathe Pop-Tart and discover that your lungs are incompatible with carbon-based berries?
Yes.
I run into that problem so goddamn often with drinks.
Is it sad that I've literally inhaled Pop-Tarts at various points in my military career
Okay,
and not had a reaction?
I'll make you feel a little better.
The answer is yes.
On the Iowa last weekend, I accidentally took in a deep breath with my eyes closed, and a seagull feather tried to go in my lungs.
Damn, V, we know you have a thing for birds. Stop trying to deep throat their feathers. Jesus. You can do better than a seagull. I know you have no standards, but you can do better than a seagull.
I agree. Now, in the meantime, when
I'm back.
when our captain is ready to continue, please let us know.
I'm good. Okay. Where was I? Oh, right. Lexington.
Yes,
You
boss?
do know the reason why I've been running these jobs, correct?
We're all fantastically in debt. And part of my debt, in no small part, is to you because you're the only reason Spyglass doesn't know that I'm alive. I know this.
It's more than that. Yes, it's because of the debt. And a lot of the money we make goes towards that debt, but it's also to build up the side money we have so I can get you these supplies. I can't make money pure out of the air. I do have to pay these debts. And a lot of our money goes towards it.
And yet, when I gave you the option of blackmailing the family of a Mars co-executive who I caught red-handed date raping a woman, you did nothing.
I didn't do nothing. I'm not going to blackmail, but I didn't do nothing. I'm not going to stand idly by and let someone rape. Of course not. That's wrong. And horrid.
And blackmailing the family? I mean, I know he was dead because he died on the star rise, but you can still blackmail his family. His family was there. Well, not there on the ship, but they're available to blackmail. That would have knocked out at least some of the debt.
As far as I knew, they had nothing to do with it. I was not going to force his sin upon them, as it were.
Just promise me you'll finally get me the spy cameras The quiet ones, not those gigantic ones the size of my hand that you tried to get me last time. The small ones that I really, really want, that can actually magnify something at a distance, so that we don't have another situation with the white ship, just in case it shows up.
Like I said, that's why we're doing this job. 700, plus whatever else we find, will be more than enough to cover the debt as well as get us more security.
Alright. That's all I ask. The only other thing I have to ask, out of character fee, where was it they left Lauren Starfeather at?
Remind me who that is again, real quick, so I don't have to go searching notes.
The bird chick that Lexington was trapped on that escape pod with. The corpse that he danced with.
Oh. She was left on Demos,
Just
where she's
And when you're-
receiving proper full medical attention and expected to undergo full recovery and over the course of 2 years.
after this job, can we please set course for something at least within a shuttle jump of Deimos?
Where's Deimos exactly?
Deimos is the smaller of the two moons of Mars. It is also, from where you're going to be going, it's about a month just to transit to Deimos right now because of where the planets are.
Well,
Would that be common knowledge, the relation between where we are now and Deimos?
Yeah, you can literally look up your coordinates right now and then chart anywhere you want to go and figure out exactly how long using the stellar nav. There's actually a calculator on there too, so you can actually figure it out. The reason why is for what time of year would be the best time of year to do, say, traveling to one planet or another based on fuel and oxygen costs, so you get a cheaper price.
So, slight adjustment then to what Lexington says, because I didn't think to ask that the first time the character. Just promise me we'll get kind of close, so that at least messages can be sent at a halfway decent speed between us and Deimos after this job. Eventually. At some point.
Well, we can start heading that direction after this job. That's where usually a lot of the supplies is anyway, so we're going to be buying the security. That's kind of where we're going, so I can do that.
Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, alt tabs. Keeps his finger on the tab key and the alt key at the same time. Either I'm about to start looking at some at more bird porn, or I'm going to start researching more of that cargo that we transported and who transported it, just in case what turns out to be something illicit, and you decide to actually use that illicit material as evidence to blackmail someone.
It depends who
Depends on
it
if you
is
stay in
and
the
what
room.
it is.
Sorry, say again.
It depends who it is and what it is.
Well, we don't know that until you get out of my room, sir.
Eyebrow raise, looks at you for a moment, and then walks out.
Alt tabs releases the alt tab so that it goes back to the various array, or the various conspiracy boards of the last job, and who is associated with that cargo and who isn't, what they were doing, when they did what, keyword searches, all that good jazz. Puts on his headphones, eyeglasses, rubs his right eye a little bit, goes back to work. Double checks the door is locked.
Alright, and then Orishin's gonna head up to the bridge make sure everything's going as it's supposed to. Wherever the bridge is on this map.
Top right, green chair.
Yep. Way over there. So you set course, and it's going to be 3 days to hard burn to the asteroid.
I just want to say that on entrance, Jackson stands up and goes, "Captain on deck!"
Settle down. Go back to work.
Before he shyly simmers down and goes, "Sorry, habit."
It's fine. Just focus on driving.
Mm-hmm. Ready to get underway on your orders.
Go ahead. I just need to make sure everything's nominal.
Roger. Hits the throttle.
Alright, she's going to be looking at the numbers, making sure anything isn't going too far awry or, there isn't a leak or anything that she can read.
You can... asteroids, easy to set up monitoring with all of the different sensors and things. The Adripsphere has a full scientific suite. That was something Hori insisted upon. So you can actually even look at it and try to get more information about what's going on, even from 3 days away. You can also there's also a full detailed mission briefing about at least from Pulse about the probe and everything of its nature, and you also have your contract that's arrived from them.
Seeing as the scientific suite, is she able to access that from the bridge, or does she have to go down there?
The scientific suite is directly accessed from the bridge.
Sweet. Pun unintended. She's going to access it and see if she can get a better look at this meteor. Something that isn't from faked pictures that have been proven to be faked.
Every time this asteroid floats across and the site is exposed to sunlight for more than exactly 38 minutes, it flashes. And you see the veins of purple and blue summoning across the surface for a brief moment. And then as soon as the sunlight recedes, the veins disappear. It's not even like a slow, gradual process. It's like a light switch being flipped.
Purple and blue.
Yes. I said purple and blue from the start.
No, you've always said purple.
Either way. Like clockwork. Approximately 38 minutes. Every time.
What's stranger about it for you is there's other scientific equipment here. And it doesn't take a genius to notice this. It doesn't even take a roll, because you're sitting there actively watching it. Every couple of hours when that event takes place, the speed of the asteroid changes. Moving barely slightly faster. You wouldn't notice it was moving faster without scientific equipment. So literally without the sensors being at this range able to calculate the speed, you wouldn't notice it was going faster, but it's increasing by 1/100th of a meter a second every 3 hours when it transits through and the surface goes across the sun.
Upon realizing that, she's going to calm up Hori. Hori, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Got it. Okay. Experiment number 1274. Unsuccessful. No noticeable changes. DNA still unknown. Great. How can I help you, Captain?
So, upon looking at this asteroid with the scientific suite you insisted on installing, I've noticed something very particular.
Go on.
Every few hours, whenever it's exposed to about approximately 38 minutes of sunlight, that's when the veins glow blue and purple. However, what I've especially noticed due to this scientific equipment is that is also when it gets faster. Very slightly, but it gets faster whenever that happens.
Question.
Yeah, Captain, what do you mean it gets faster? That should be impossible.
That's what the scientific equipment is saying. It gets ever so slightly faster, but it is noticeably faster.
Can you have the computer run a trajectory analysis with the knowledge of the increased speed?
She can try.
It doesn't. It's an operate test.
She has nothing in operate, so what would be tied to it?
It's a mind exert. No.
Okay, what's the difficulty?
Difficulty 3.
Okay, so that'd be 1 below, so D8, D6?
Yeah, you're literally just performing, well, to us, rocket science, but to spacers, normal navigational calculations. If you wanted to pass it off onto Jackson, he might have a better chance.
Well, she's going to try it first, and then go... And then once she, doesn't succeed, Jackson, could you help me a bit here? The trajectory is fine, correct?
That's actually what I had a question about. If this thing is accelerating, wouldn't that throw off the trajectory?
That's what you're doing. You are calculating for the acceleration how the course will change.
That's not what I was wondering. What I was wondering is getting to the drift sphere to the asteroid, but the asteroid is accelerating slightly occasionally. Wouldn't that throw off his ability to plot the course?
No. It's not accelerating by the point that you would actually have to recalculate your course. Because it's only accelerating by a minute amount every few hours. But
the amount...
it is reaching the point where it might exceed, say, a gravity well.
Okay, so you want me to check check this thing's trajectory?
I would like you to recalculate this asteroid's trajectory with the information that its speed is increasing every few hours after about 38 minutes in the sunlight.
Okay, so that is mind exert, correct?
Yes, no. You're a spacer. To you, this is routine. So for you, this is body exert, this is body perceive, because you were used to being able to look at something and figure out its trajectory anyway, because you've always lived in space.
Okay. And you said this is difficulty 2?
Yes. So it would be a D8 and a D10 adding your piloting.
Okay, I was just about to ask if I could apply my piloting.
Well, yes, because you're doing a navigation calculation. And your background is spacer, so to you, this changes the stat that it's working off of.
Damn it. Roll 1d6 plus
D10.
2.
You are aware
1d10.
You are aware there is a thing in the upper left that looks like a die, and you can literally click D6 or in this case D8, D10, and it will just roll them.
Where?
Upper left on the toolbar.
Oh!
There's a thing that looks like a die. It says dice roller. You can tell.
I've already typed it.
Okay, I'm just letting you know there's a thing if there that just lets you roll.
On the dot!
That's 12. You're sitting there, and you as a spacer, you're used to having to calculate trajectories because everything has a trajectory, and you need to know what the hell it is. And you're sitting there, and you're doing it, and you're like, well, it's only accelerating by this much, that shouldn't... And then it occurs to you. When it reaches Uranus and enters the gravity well, instead of being pulled and sent in a different... back out... it will have reached an eclipse speed. What an eclipse speed is when you are going so fast that the gravity well is not going to alter your trajectory radically, only minorly. And it will accelerate as a part of a slingshot effect.
Oh, hell.
The
Okay,
new
where's it gonna go?
trajectory puts this asteroid on a course almost for Jupiter. And then you pull it back and you start calculating again, and Jupiter's gravity well will put it on a course for Earth.
This thing's on a roundabout collision course for Earth. Because if I'm reading this right, it's gonna go around Uranus. It's not gonna go out back out of the solar system. It's gonna slingshot from there, head on over to Jupiter, take a right, and then go straight for Earth.
Uranus.
Tomato, tomato.
Jackson, it is pronounced Uranus.
You knew what I meant.
So it's going to collide with Earth, then, is what you're saying.
Yep.
As much as I want to contradict Jackson's calculations, I'm reasonably sure he would be better at navigating than I am, so I would have to concur just based on his initial assumption that yes, the acceleration will put it on a collision course for Earth.
Question: how big's the asteroid?
It's about the size of the largest island of Hawaii. It would
do a lot of damage.
It would do damage. But Earth is dead, so what do you care?
Yeah, it's like...
Would the thing hit... Okay, first of all, would Jackson... I'm assuming since Jackson vaguely knows about whispers, does he know about the red spire between Earth and the moon?
Yes, that is an observable fact.
Would this thing hit the spire?
No.
Okay. That's okay.
So, this just seems strange. This object, this asteroid, comes all the way from outside of galaxy and a motorcycle into our solar system and is accelerating whenever it gets in contact with a star. And it's accelerating just enough to hit Earth. That's very strange.
It's either the wildest coincidence in all of history, or someone or something has been planning this for a very, very long time.
That's beyond Lexington levels of conspiracy theory there.
Any other explanation?
We will know in 2 more days when we arrive.
Should I inform the company of this new information, or should we keep this for ourselves?
I say we keep this to ourselves. We don't need Lexington to have another hernia.
I would prefer not to have Lexington posting on a conspiracy board as some anonymous user before we've actually been there.
He probably already has.
Then let's not give fuel to the fire.
She nods. All right.
Although
We'll
he's
keep
probably monitoring our communications.
More than likely.
Probably.
I will keep an eye on it for now, see if any alterations happen in the acceleration. But I doubt it.
Does Lexington have access to any open voice terminals in that room?
You are the security officer. If there would be any there, you would have access to them.
But would he have known? Sorry, I was legitimately in the bathroom when the conversation started. Would he have any knowledge that they were even in there?
Well, if he would know Jackson's in there because Ori literally told Jackson to go to the pilot seat. And if Ori's not in her room, she's either in the kitchen eating or on the bridge.
Oh, then yeah, he would have been listening.
Oh.
Fee, how much of that do you need me to make checks for?
It's our standard communication channel. You probably already have it figured out. It's just a matter of were you paying attention or not.
I was in the bathroom for a good chunk of that. Lexington
was not paying attention for that and would have to rewind and actually listen to it.
Actually, so since I was here for the part where they said Lexington, we don't want him posting on conspiracy boards, I can assume Lexington knows that much at the bare minimum.
That's probably what caught his attention to want to rewind and go, wait, what? What are they talking about?
The captain's there. That's also worth his noticing, though. So he is going to chime in. You guys know I can hear you, right? And
that's
to be fair,
literally what we were talking about.
I don't actually post on conspiracy boards. Just you can find so much information on there that nobody else wants to admit is possibly true, and sometimes, it turns out that they're true.
Lexington, bullshit. Your name is suburb of New York City.
I don't know what that is.
Huh?
Oh. Darn, I thought that was you.
It's Lexington Doran or Pluma Stella, depending on where you look. It's not as if I post on these boards. I just like knowing things. And sometimes that means I have to go to dumb places where people that shouldn't have any actual concrete knowledge are, because sometimes they do know what's happening. Even if it's just a matter of stops clocks being right twice a day.
Oh, trust me, Lexington. Hori and I know all about that sort of thing.
Excellent. So what's going on?
The meteor's asteroid, my apologies, is speeding up every so often whenever it gets about 38 minutes of sunlight.
I gotta go, I'm being called.
Okay. That might mean that those heat flares we're seeing are actually some kind of technology that are maybe combined to that ship in some way, possibly to use its reactor to help fuel some kind of mechanism to speed it up, and it's naturally somehow, I don't know, photoreactive, kind of like how plants are, on old Earth and those really high luxury places on Mars or
Speaking of Earth, it's on a collision course. If it keeps this consistence up, it's on a collision course with Earth. Not that that matters, but
well, Earth is quiet for a reason. There's reasons we don't go back there. I mean,
I'm aware, Lexington. Yes, I know.
We should probably not let it do that. And I'm sure if we've noticed, Pulse has probably noticed. Probably why they're sending us. Boss, are you sure this is a great idea? It sounds more and more like we're just being sent on a suicide mission. But who am I?
What mission have we been on that wasn't a suicide mission? Aside from the delivery we just did?
The mission where you found me in an escape pod after the white ship vanished.
Well, that was damn near a suicide, my gun to your head.
I guess that's fair, although I will note I'm the only one who had a gun to his head by the end of the day, so multiple times, in fact, had a gun to his head. In one case, literally, in the other case, almost literally.
Look, if worst comes to worst, I can get us out of there.
I'm
We
back.
don't have to worry. If worst comes to worst, I can get us out of there. I can function in no gravity just fine.
And
We-
what if you can't get the ship out? What if the other ship landed and then couldn't leave? It's
Well,
great and all that you can get out. What about the rest of us?
I
And then
just said that I can get us out. And we're not landing where they told us to land. We're not landing near those things. We are landing on a place we know is somewhat calm from what we've seen.
Oh, where's that at?
On the purple things.
We're not landing on the purple things. We're landing on one of the smooth parts of the asteroid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I need an exact location so I can figure out how close we are so I know which way to try and direct our sensors so that I can figure out if anything's coming towards us.
Jackson, please give him the exact location.
Roger. It's transmitting.
Also, I need to know if we go into gravity at all so that I can compensate for the point defense weapons because I don't know if you know this, sir. But, boss, our point defense weapons can tear things apart unless it's the size of a ship. It can
I'm
actually
aware, yes.
do reasonably well against those too, but it's only because it's a 20mm cannon. What do you expect? It can tear through most things. It's just not a high effective range. Anyway, I will need to know that I can use those if we need them.
We won't know if there is an actual gravity well until we are there. If this thing does turn out to be some horrendous monstrosity from the void of space, we glass the asteroid and move on with our lives.
There's a knock at Lexington's door.
Immediately closes the voice channel. Come in. Alt tabs immediately to, a random Google page that he has, space Google page that has opened up.
Still probably Google.
It is probably Google with like a half-written phrase or sentence that could be anything.
Lexington, I figured you were listening in on our channel, so I came down. Are you okay, or are you having one of your panic attacks?
How are you? Of course I'm fine. It's just, it's, you know, Captain pays me to do certain things, and investigate meteors is not one of them. Investigating. Close the door before you come in any farther.
She walks in and closes the door and puts her wing in her face. Lexington, please calm yourself.
I am plenty calm. I'm paid to research people.
You're researching a rock, dear. A rock that probably has a faulty heat reading, and the shuttle pilot was incompetent enough to allow the rock to slam into it. More than likely, what's luminescing up there is nothing more than a solar reactive rock.
Hari, name one solar reactive rock that gives off readings like that.
Iridium.
Would give off consistent signals that would continue past the point of solar exposure because of nuclear reactions.
Borium.
Also,
Borium-17.
Would not cause a meteorite to speed up.
working on that one.
I'm just saying there are things that I can put pieces together, but I can't do that when the puzzle is a supposedly inanimate object.
Yes, which is my concern. The puzzle is an inanimate object, and we won't know anything about it till we get there. Can you please have some bloody patience for once in your life?
No, because the last time I had patience, a starship blew up that I was on board of, and
Very well.
he kind of gets somber for a second. Well, you know how that went. He puts his headphones back on.
I understand. I'll let you get back to your conversation. And she leaves.
When Haru gets back to her lab, she finds out that the lights have been turned off.
Very funny. She tries to turn the lights back on.
They turn on. It's just the inconveniencer.
Good. I'm glad you didn't cut off the breaker this time.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Also, as an aside, Allison will spend the next 2 days messing with the lighting in Lexington's room to spook him out.
Does anyone else have anything they want to do for the next 2 days besides make Lexington more jumpy and paranoid?
Please don't.
Jackson would probably be sitting with the captain and basically trying to plan an operation because
She's
that's
gonna-
his modus operandi.
She's going to keep studying the asteroid, see if she notices anything else they haven't seen before, especially as they get closer and closer. And also occasionally go off into her room and take a break and do some other studies.
So no planning.
I mean, not really a whole lot they can plan at the moment until they get there and fully see what's going on. Most she can do is say, get your weapons ready when it comes to time, and she's already done that.
Like to figure out at least a way party before we get there.
If that's the case, she would want everyone on the bridge, but everyone's kind of doing their own things at the moment.
All right.
The asteroid is incredibly consistent for the 2 days on approach. And Orishan, you're monitoring the sensors.
Mm-hmm.
I need a mind perceive protocol because you're monitoring sensors.
Okay, what's the difficulty?
Difficulty 3.
So that'd be D8, D6 plus 3.
Because what you're trying to detect is actively trying to not be found.
Oh,
Oof, well, I have a boon, so I'm going to re-roll that D8.
Hey!
7, 8,
9, 10, 11, 12.
That's 12.
Awesome.
yay.
So, as you're approaching the rock, a yellow warning light comes on.
Does she know what the warning light is upon looking at it?
Yes. It's a warning light of a ship.
There's another ship that's registering on our lights, on our sensors. Jackson, can you pick anything up?
Working on it.
Lexington, can you hear me?
One sec, guys. I got a phone call. Hang tight.
Okay.
So, Fee, what would I roll?
You wouldn't have to. It's being pointed out to you on the sensors.
Okay.
There are 4 ships.
Class?
Raider class, which is the transition from fighter to proper vessel. Basically, fighters have to have a mothership. Raiders are fighters that don't need a mothership.
Got 4 raiders on scope.
Are they raiders or just classification?
Just class, working on it.
Takes a few minutes for you to work it out. These ships aren't registered.
Unregistered.
Fuck. Alright. We need to man stations just in case. Who's the usual gunner?
Who has the best operate?
Not me.
Not me.
I have a 2.
I've got 0.
Lexington has a 3 with a boom.
So, Lexington, but we gotta wait
So-
for him to come back. So,
All right.
maybe a good time for a break?
All right, sorry, I'm back, guys. What's up? I was on a Raider class ship.
You guys have detected a 4 Raider class ships.
Oh my,
Unregistered.
coming from the meteor?
No, between you and it.
Yeah, and they're
Yeah.
unregistered.
Yeah, she goes up. Lexington, can you hear me?
Hey, boss. Why am I getting warning lights?
Because I'm sending them to you. We just encountered 4 Raider class ships. They are unregistered, so probably actual raiders. Man the guns just in case.
So,
That's cute. You think you sent me those warnings? I'll be on the guns in just a second.
So, each crew member can take part in any of the following. You may pilot the ship, command the ship, which allows you to select a crew member and simplify their task for the turn.
I'll be doing command.
So literally you pick one person every turn and you're like, I'm going to make your life easier. Further, a commander in a section, but since you only have one section because your ship is a patrol class, can override orders or of anyone else. You may man a weapon system. This ship has 4 weapon systems, technically. In reality, it only has 3.
Mm-hmm.
The 4th system being if you were close to something and wanted to manually fire your point defense cannons. You may repair a damage system, which you roll at the end of turn. You may repair a point of hull damage, which you make at the end of a combat turn in order to patch something up. You may give medical attention to the crew. You may take a crewed position, such as weapon system engineering or other feature. Manual PDC fire. Boarding action, both offense and defense. Or you can elect to overcharge a system, which requires a roll in order to make something on the ship work better than normal. So for your purposes, for instance, if, say, you wanted a weapon system to have an increased amount of damage, you could go to engineering and increase the power to that weapon system, representing either increasing the muzzle velocity of a weapon, increasing the number of shots going out, or augmenting or tying the tracking system of the missiles directly into the ship's main computer. Would be, for instance. Effectively, it's much more loosely defined. We are going to take a break now, though, so everybody can get up and pee, because we've been going for quite some time.
Okay.
Yay! That's done.
Hooray.
This is a reminder of the way things do work, is every time a ship successfully damages another ship, it gets a critical hit. Something goes wrong. It doesn't matter if you have 20 wounds on your cruiser. One of the engineers just got sucked into space. Have a nice day.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Because you made the roll to detect these raiders before they powered up. Hori's also going to point out the 2 wrecks on your scopes and go, that might be what happened to their shuttle. It might not have ever made it back. Your own.
So actual raiders then. Got it.
Lex, you can make a. Where is it, Lexington? You can make a standard query. That's an operate on your to find the ship's registries, because you have the hacking programs to do so.
Is that a mind exert?
It is a mind exert, difficulty 3. Complicated, so difficulty 4, because you're out past what most interstellar net ranges are to get to the servers. You're in the depths.
Mm-hmm. Simplify. Does he know the class of ship?
Raider class.
All Raider classes are built off of another kind of ship. So the overall design of the ship may not have changed. Just like if you take the Adrift sphere and you take it apart, you can identify the individual components of the Adrift sphere. These Raider class, can you identify the individual components of them?
So basically you want to see if these things are still adhering to a publicly available blueprint. Or something
that would help. Or if it's a ship that, was initially blown apart into little pieces, or if it was a ship that was taken, quote unquote, peacefully, and then all hands executed at pistol point. Yeah.
Now, when I say you may use a weapon system, that's if you, the character, want to use the weapon system.
Neat.
Otherwise, any weapon system that's not been declared to be used, you guys, the captain rolls the dice to fire it, but it goes off of the ship's base stats.
Okay.
Cool.
About Bones' question?
What was Bones' question?
Can he tell what these ships are, aside from Raiders?
They are Hellion class Raiders.
Does that count as a simplification?
No. It's an extremely common vessel. Like, if you can't get a patrol ship, you buy these. If you need something bigger than a fighter but smaller than a patrol ship, you probably bought one of these.
Okay.
So, common space trash, then.
Basically. So you said that's a difficulty 4?
Mm-hmm.
3, I think she's what she said.
3
complication, which becomes 4.
Okay.
So that was mind exert plus operate?
Yes.
Hey guys, hang on.
Do you got a boon?
I do.
Probably the D6 then, because the...
Yeah. Hey guys, I know what those are.
So that's a 12.
The four
Is that a pass or a fail?
The 4 ship names come up on screen, and the status of the ship says missing, 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 missing.
Immediately dismisses and instead pulls up any last minute status reports that may have been beamed back home.
There's been a bounty issued on them.
Dead or alive?
Ooh.
For confirmation of whereabouts.
Captain, I don't know if you care to see this, but function print screen, Control V. You might want to look at that. Also, here are their names, and we probably need to kill those.
How much is the bounty?
It's not a lot. It's 25 credits on the first 3, but the last one has a 200 credit to just, tell them where to find it.
Okay.
And which one is that one?
The
Probably
one that's
back.
behind this asteroid currently out of your sight.
Oh, okay. Well, I imagine the one with the highest bounty is probably the leader. Keep these locations under record. Any amount of credits we can make is good.
Is already typing up an email with grid coordinates to send to what company is this game put the bounty on?
IRPF.
IRPF? Wait, hang on, let me look up our IRPF.
The Inner Ring Police Force.
Well, no.
Ah! Their enemy is Spyglass!
What were you gonna
Pete,
say?
you were
Fee?
going to say something?
3 of the ships are registered to Mars Co. One of the one with the 200 credit bounty is registered to Applied Robotics.
Oh, so none of them are to IRPF.
Correct.
Wait, then who put the bounty on them?
The corporations who own them.
Oh. Alright.
So let's. Oh. Are corporate enemies public knowledge fee?
Yes.
Captain, just so you know, the Applied Robotics ship, ASR and Pulse really don't get along at all.
There's
This might be a Black Ops thing.
there's a sudden loud whining on board the ship as the communication channels are overloaded.
Oh, hell no!
They're doing blunt force jamming, where they're literally just broadcasting on every frequency.
Hell no.
And the ships are powering up and starting to move.
All right. Well, she's already said it before, but she's gonna say it again, except really loud, even though no one can hear it. Get to your stations. Get ready to fight.
So, funny thing about audio and video communication, if you're using wireless, you can always adjust your frequency.
Yes.
If they're broadcasting on every single frequency, then, or if they're broadcasting that jammer on every single frequency, that means they can't communicate either. Because the way jammer works is it completely scrambles everything. Even with encryption, you cannot communicate on a jammed signal.
Except
Just
by
how it
tight
works.
beam, except unless you're using a tight beam laser between each other.
Unless using a laser from point A to point B, but even those can be subject to it based on scattering of the photons when they hit that electromagnetic field from the EM noise produced by the antenna and wires.
I'm aware.
Hi guys, electrician here.
Captain of the ship, you roll initiative for your ship. How many points do you want to spend towards initiative?
What points would I be spending?
Initiative.
Yeah, initiative has points.
Everyone involved rolls
Okay.
a d12. In this case, every crew of a ship, as a whole crew, rolls 1d12. The ships have initiative points. Just like if we were doing ground combat, you would roll initiative using a d12 and then add however many initiative points you wanted to add to the die.
Okay. When do initiative points come back?
The same as focus and readiness at every session. However, in this case, you only have one ship combat, so. But in the meantime, basically, you can choose to spend the points before or after you roll, but not before I reveal the enemy rolls.
I'm gonna wait till after, just in case I roll like really shit or really well.
Okay, so.
Okay, so what do I do to just roll it then?
You just roll a d12.
I'll add 2 points in.
Okay. Where did I put it? So, now we begin. I need to put things on the initiative tracker. And I did roll for each of them. They do not get to add initiative points because their ships are powering up, so that's good. Bad news is one of them rolled particularly high.
Yeah, I figured that was the case.
As long as it's not the closest, we should hopefully possibly be fine.
There it goes.
Maybe.
6 and 12. Descending. Okay.
Ow.
Ouch.
Could be worse.
Glad I put the point. I'm glad I put the points in, so we're at least middle of the road.
Alright, so, you guys, everyone at the beginning of the turn basically declares what their crew is doing. So everyone on the ship will declare what they're doing for this turn. And for example, Ori is preparing for to either repair the ship or give medical attention, because she has complications with guns.
Okay. I am going to be giving. Do I have to say who I'm specifically giving commands to at this point, or just say I'm giving command?
You have to say specifically who. However, you can say who after everyone else has declared.
Okay. I'm going to wait till everyone else is declared on what they're doing then. So, intention of command, and then intention of shoot, if need be.
Okay. What Jackson is gonna do, and he's gonna try and angle the ship so it can get behind 12.
You're declaring what you're doing, so are you piloting?
Yes, it's
Okay.
at least. Okay, I don't know how to explain this in mechanics.
No. We don't go that far yet. You're just saying what station you're manning.
Okay, I am piloting.
James?
Riptide is manning engineering.
Allison is going to be on standby in case repairs need to be done. Because I believe with the way the ship is set up, every station is taken, so her and Hori are kind of left with other things.
Each weapon system can be manned.
Yeah, it's just, if I have to shoot, I'm using the ship systems. It's still better if someone else is shooting the weapon system instead of me.
I believe Bone said
just
he's
allow
manning
the
the
ship
gun,
to-
so he'll be the one shooting.
Which guns?
Don't we only have like one weapons control?
You have
room?
4
have
weapon
3.
systems.
Okay.
3 of which
in-
are medium and long range, so...
Alright, then in that case, I will man one of the guns.
Which one?
Rail,
Could you-
autocannon, or missile, you guys have access to the character sheet. You can look into the thing's inventory and see your weapons.
Oh, that's right. My bad.
Probably not the railgun right now. None of them are in front of us.
Yeah, no, not the railguns. I'm gonna go to one of the 90mm turrets.
So, I guess a question is it reasonable to assume that there are automatic malware systems that Lexington has had time to install at this point?
If you wish to attempt e-warfare, you need to be at short range, which is 8 hexes.
Okay. So he's going to be at, so he got somebody at the 90mm, correct?
Yes.
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 Then you got the fixed rail gun, the missile tubes, and the point defense.
There's a second 90mm.
So on the missiles, you have 48/8d10 plus 8. What is that?
So 48 is indicating that you're firing missiles, which are your hull-breaking ammunition missiles. You have 30 of those. The 8d10 plus 8 is firing a torpedo. Torpedoes are unguided, so you notice the accuracy difference is +6 versus -2.
Okay, where is that accuracy difference?
It's on the same line you just read.
Plus 8, minus 2. Got it. Okay, so Lexington is going to try to remote station from where he is now, from his room, the missile control tubes or the guided missiles.
You have to go to the station, specifically from where you decided that there was a decision that shouldn't be a thing, because it means that if someone ever hacks your system, they can have you shoot your own missiles at your own ship.
It's hardwired so it can be blown. That way, if anyone gets it that shouldn't, it's exploded out from the main core, and there's no way they can actually access it because the physical connection's cut.
Yes, but once launched, you can't unlaunch the missile.
Fair. Okay, yeah, he'll go to the missile control for the guided missile tubes.
Okay. So,
but he's going to bring his PDA with him.
That's assumed to be on your person. First raider.
Cool.
So that'd be the one on the 12. This one around the corner is going to.
I still have to declare who.
Oh yes. Who are you giving command to?
For right now, she's going to give command to Jackson, just to see, basically testing the maneuverability at the moment, see how accurate these guys are.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Or no, he keeps going forward because he can only do 2 turns. And then second move, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Second turn, 10, 11. Alright, he is going to declare firing because he has to use current range. You are currently 9 hexes away. He's going to declare firing 2 missile pods. Missile pods impact.
Oh, fun.
Missiles go off at the end of turn. We just calculate how many have been fired, and then all of them go at once. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and turn. You do not have to move your full speed as a side note. They will be attempting an opposed piloting check. That is their action. And that means that we're on to your ship.
Okay.
So
Side note, Fee, you've moved ships on the turn order. You haven't moved the turn order itself, though.
Oh, my bad. There you go.
Yeah. Just to clarify as we go on.
It is your turn to move. Any weapon system that as a patrol ship, you can turn once per movement. You still get 3 actions. Only one of them can be shoot. But anything that you want to do outside of normal movement is considered a stunt, which requires a piloting check to attempt.
Okay.
So, you're giving your command to who again?
To Jackson.
Okay, Jackson, all rolls you make, regardless, are simplified for the remainder of the turn.
Okay, so we need to get away from that ship, get some distance, because that thing looks like it's trying to board us. Does this thing have a trick it can pull? What's it called? Aha! Okay. I think I'm understanding this right. Okay, so what I'd like to do, I want to move the ship to...
Okay, well, your ship has a movement of
8.
8. You may make 1 turn during that movement.
Right. And once I get there, I would like to do a hard whip.
If you're trying to show some movement, could you use the
What you get where?
ruler?
Once I get here-ish.
Okay,
Basically, I'm trying to...
your ship's currently going that way.
Yes, I would like to first turn, then move, then hard whip.
Okay, so you want to move there and hard whip?
Yeah, so I can line up a shot on the pirate ship for our boys and weapons. Isn't would 3 or 4 be better in this case?
So I think the question is what weapon systems are what the
Everything
defensive
would
range
be-
of our weapon systems are.
Everything is
Yeah.
in range. Hang on a moment. I did a stupid.
So the railgun is 25. The 90 millimeter turrets are 15.
That's their maximum range.
The missiles actually don't have one listed yet.
The missile's maximum range is they're the only extreme range weapon you have, and they're able to reach out to sensor range. So long as you can detect the target, you can fire at it.
So does that make them radar guided?
They self-guide once you tell them what to shoot at.
Huh. That's an expensive fucking computer system. The US Army pays like $250,000 for that system per ammo piece.
When you're manually operating them, you're actually given a radial transmitter that allows you to help guide the missile manually with joystick.
Oh, it's manual guide, not auto guided. You know what? That makes things a lot easier.
So, can I do what I want to do? Move out to 3 hex away from the ship that's right on top of us?
Yes,
then
you may
hard
move
whip?
out there and attempt a hard whip. Hard whip is a maneuver your ship can do because of you guys' tinkering with it. Once for combat, you may whip the ship 180 degrees, instantly changing the direction you're facing. The crew, however, must make evade saves to avoid taking damage or to resist the G-force of such a maneuver.
What are you doing?
I'm going to put it to range. 3. Short range. That way we... do we...
Your
I'm keeping
PDCs of both ships are currently fully armed. At range 3, you can both fire PDCs at each other.
So, I want to do 3. Right?
Not necessarily, because that means they can PDC us.
Both of you will be severely damaged from this maneuver.
Okay, so I want to do 4 then.
Yes.
All right, now what do I roll to hard whip?
Well, we need to make a save, is what we need to do.
The ship does it. That's just its ability. That's once per combat it can do this. Everyone else, however, has to make dodge saves.
Okay.
Where is dodge?
Dodge is the bonus you apply. You roll body exert difficulty 2.
Okay.
So for everyone else, that's 2d8 mostly plus. That includes you, by the way, Brad. Even though you know what's coming. This is to prevent yourself from... Ow!
Well,
I'm fine.
Where's the ship?
Dodge listed on the character sheet?
So you say body exert 2, right?
It's body exert 2.
I'm body exert 3, so I'm an 8 and a 10.
Yep.
Yes. And then whatever your dodge save is.
So this is
That's
technically
1, so I
to be-
have +1 to this.
Yes, +1. If that is what your dodge save is.
Okay, next person.
Yeah, I can't find my dodge save on this thing.
Okay, so it's main character sheet.
So
Okay.
It says it
you
right
see
next to
wounds,
community.
initiative, then you see resolve save, and then it's just below that where it says dodge,
Dodge
save.
save, so that's +1 for me. And because body exert 2, so that's 2d8.
Technically, this is just for future reference. Riptide, what's your body exert?
3.
What's his body exert?
Me,
Yes, you.
2.
So yeah,
Okay, 2d8 +1. Got it.
your body exert is 3, hun.
Me?
Yes, you.
Not what my character. Wait a minute.
The hell are you looking at?
You're-
Body exert, not body perceive.
Oh, I was looking at the ship.
That would explain a lot.
Okay, I'm
I'll explain a few things.
roll 1d8
Plus 1d10 plus 1.
10 plus 1.
Okay.
Still failed.
No re. Can I
There
spend
are no rerolls on a save. It's just
shit?
all right. Each of you will receive. Yes.
Lex still needs to roll.
Go ahead.
Now, Lex has the adhesive pads, right, on his fingers
That
and
can simplify
toes.
this. Yes. So you would be rolling 2d8 instead of a d8 and a d6.
Okay. Now, Gunner's chair. Does that have any kind of safety harness that would further
You went to
protect him?
operate the missiles. You did not go to the weapon control station.
Okay. So body exert of 1 and simplified, correct?
So it's 1 versus 1.
Yep, so 2d8 plus whatever your dodge save is.
Technically, this save is to keep from getting thrown and then hit against something, right?
Yes.
Expands his wings, creating a drag force, slowing his momentum like a kite.
No.
Darn.
You're exhibiting against G forces, not against air resistance.
Faster I'm flung, the harder I push against the air that's between my wings and the hull.
Right, but you need room to actually open those wings and maneuver. You
Fair.
don't have that.
13, baby.
Okay. So Jackson, you take a wound. Just as you feel the strain and everything, and your nose starts bleeding, and you're like, ow. Hori, however, managed to smash her face onto a console and has a mild concussion from the impact.
Ow.
Can you warn me next time I'm getting in my suit?
You have no communications from one station to another right now because all our comms are being jammed.
Let's bro. All right. You've done your hard whip. Okay. I'm assuming you guys are going to now shoot.
Yes, it's a question of what we're going to shoot, though.
Okay. Missiles will not impact until the end of turn. However, cannons impact cannons of any type, so railguns, projectors, autocannons, those hit immediately.
Here, the ship is directly in front of us, so we could fire the railgun.
I would be firing the railgun, though. Is the thing, and we'd be using the ship stats.
There's not.
We might instead want to use the 9mm or the 90mm, sorry, because that's actually someone is actually on that.
The ship stats are not terrible, but you are correct. You would be using the ship stats to fire.
So it's a question of what to target first, really.
Probably the guy right in front of us.
He is
kinda what I was
danger
trying to set
close.
Yeah, okay. So for firing the 90 millimeter turret at a range of 4 hexes, what do I need to roll?
Well, you're at short range, so that's +2. Their turret gives +4. You'd make a body exert against difficulty 2. Of your body exert, plus your ranged combat. Its evasion is 18, so you need to hit an 18 total to hit it.
Already, you said difficulty check was 2 for
2.
score.
Yeah, it's 2. It's body exert against 2, because all combat scores are against 2, unless simplification or complication occurs.
And I had the range damage bonus on top of this, correct? Just to make sure I've got everything right.
You would add the range. You're at short range, so there's no penalty to hit or miss. So you'd
You
add
said it was
4 for the weapon,
+2.
and your ranged combat. Yes, so total of +6.
That's 16.
Nope.
Too short.
Doesn't hit 18. Do you have any bonuses? Or boons, I should say?
You can still fire the ship's weapons using the ship's computers. It's just they're not going to be as good. They're not going to be as accurate, but that's still a pretty good chance to hit. And there are 2 90mm turrets, not just one, so Allison is manning one of them.
Mm-hmm. I thought you said we could only shoot once, though.
You can only the person can only shoot one weapon system you're manning. The ship can technically fire every weapon it has every turn, but you're using the ship stats instead of a person's.
Okay. If that's the case, I did declare I was going to shoot, so yeah, I'll shoot one of the other 90mm.
Okay, this would be 2d8 plus 6 still.
So is this the ship's systems?
This is the ship's targeting computer.
Can I make a retroactive roll? I haven't even seen the result yet. Retroactive roll to see if Lexington could improve the ship's targeting systems with predictive subroutines?
Nope.
Damn. Oh, 14. Does that make it?
No, it has to be 18.
It's an evade of 18.
So I'm 4 off.
It's a harder to hit target because this is technically just a big fighter.
Boon. The first shots missed. The computer can calculate how much they missed by. Tracers are used by militaries these days to predict how far ahead they need to lead. Computer can autocorrect for the lead of the tracer rounds versus where the ship is currently positioned.
That's already factored into the weapon's accuracy.
Oh, okay.
That's why it was a +6 instead of a +4.
Darn. I was hoping that would simplify a little bit.
You can also technically, as a reminder, fire your railgun as a shotgun slug, which is much easier to hit but does less damage.
Yeah, but we also don't have a lot of those bullets.
You know what? That's actually inaccurate. The railgun just fires massive slugs.
Oh.
I'll also point out that modern military doctrine is use it now before you don't have a chance to use it later.
That is fair.
I was just going to say, the railgun doesn't actually require ammunition usually to be bought for it. You can literally you can 3D print the ammunition for next to nothing. The gun is the expensive part.
Then yeah, if that's the case, then yeah, I'll fire that too. Well, actually, no, I don't think I can fire that because I already fired the 90mm.
Any weapon system that no one is manning, you fire.
Okay, then yeah, I'm firing it.
You're the ship's captain, so you roll for it. For any weapon system that no one is currently manning.
Okay, and then ship stats, so same roll as before?
Yep. Except for you get an extra +3 to hit, because if you fire it as never mind, you don't need the extra.
Huh.
And you didn't factor it in, so you did fire it as a solid slug. The 2 90mm cannons miss, and then the railgun lights up. The whole ship shudders for a second as something about half a ton just flew out of the front of the ship and at near the speed of light. That does 10d6 plus 10.
Oh,
That's a lot of damage.
That is 4 wounds out of 7. So you just blew a big old hole in this thing. I
don't think flex tape's going to fix that.
It has 3 wounds remaining. I need you to make 3 rolls on the ship injury chart. That's a D10 each. To see what happens to the ship.
557.
2 points of reactor damage and an engine hit. Its movement is now reduced to 10. Roll 2d. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Roll 2d6. 5 and a 2. The lights are out, so all crew actions, all actions of the ship and all crew actions now have complications. And on 2, its main weapon is knocked out. So that would, for this ship, that would be its light projector turret, which is only useful at this range, but you just turned it off.
Hooray!
So that's funny. So its main weapon is offline. Okay. And that's going to send them into a panic because you just blew a huge hole in them. Okay, last weapon system is missiles. Are you guys going to fire those at anyone?
So that ship that's still standing, because Lexington is on the missiles. So we have missiles and torpedoes, right?
You can fire one or the other. You can fire one or the other. You have to fire them. All tubes have to fire the same thing.
Okay. That ship in front of us is still floating, right? Like it's still in the fight.
It's still alive.
What is the ship's SOP for if a ship is still combat ready but damaged? This would be
considering their opposed piloting check at the end of the turn is to launch a boarding pod at you.
Okay. What is the captain's, though? Because the captain would be the one that gets the ultimate say in, like, is it damaged? Is it heavily damaged? Is it dead in the water?
It is heavily damaged. The railgun round was put through part of the main reactor. That ship is barely functioning.
Her philosophy tends to be, get it out of the fight, that's one less we have to deal with.
Firing all missiles at the thing that is currently in front of us.
Okay, you're firing missiles, not torpedoes.
Missiles.
Okay. Missiles and torpedoes impact at the end of turn, so we'll resolve that at the end of turn. Would go to the next one, which would be Homeboy up there. Okay. So they were trying to hide in the asteroid here and kind of have to power up in a bad position. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
That's not a bad position they started with. That's a decent position.
And that's where they're going to move to, and they're going to maintain their communication jamming.
Oh, so that's the one jamming us.
Yes. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It is going to fire its missiles and its light projector at you because it's actually in range. So the light projector goes off immediately.
Ugh.
Faye just featured this one here. This is actually the 11. This one's the 4.
Oh, my bad. This is laser gun. Your evade is not 17. Not bad. It's 13, so that does hit.
Ow.
Uh-oh.
It's 3. However, your endure is higher than 9.
Yes.
So it bounces off the hull. Right, and that is 2 more missile tubes fired at you. So that's 6 missiles coming in right now. And you have 4 missiles going out. We resolve these now. The way these work, the missiles are probably going to hit. So Lexington, you would make a attack roll against the missiles equal to your body exert. Plus
My
6.
personal,
Plus
my
6.
personal body exert.
Yes. You can use the ships if the ships is better. The ship is 2.
Yeah, the ship is better.
Then
So
you make a
it's gonna be,
then you add your ranged combat, and the missiles add 6 to hit.
All right. Sorry, I gotta take my time here for a sec. So body exert 2. Theirs is what?
Their evade is plus 6.
Okay, not beating that. And then ranged combat 2.
So you're rolling 2d8 plus 8 to hit. You need an 18.
Decent chance.
And this
Sounds
is
doable.
point defense against missiles.
No, you're this is you shooting the missile.
Ah,
Yeah, this
okay.
is you shooting missiles.
I'm trying to think of any simplifies here. Simplify. I know which way the ship is moving. I can lead the target prior to that shell hitting them from the main gun.
It's already factored in.
Okay. Shit. So here's a question. Can I, as Lexington, spend a focus to re-roll one of those?
It would be readiness.
A readiness. Okay, so I wouldn't take from the ship's readiness to take from Lexington's.
You take from yours because you're manning the weapon.
Okay. So Lexington will take from his readiness to re-roll one of those. He's going to re-roll the 2.
Oof. You want to use a focus?
No, he has to use readiness is for combat, focus is for non-combat.
Oh,
He has
right.
to use readiness.
Readiness.
So focus is for like out of combat, readiness
Yes.
for in combat.
Yes.
Ah, damn it.
Ooh.
And you can only re-roll each one once, correct?
Correct. If you were to re-roll the other one, even a maximum roll would miss. By 1. So your cluster of missiles goes sailing off into the void, and doesn't find a target lock.
Oh, gargle fargle.
You could warn me before you start doing weird shit with the ship.
As you yell
Again.
to no one because their comms are jammed.
Okay, return fire for their missiles. Will hit, however, missiles are affected by point defense cannons, so the ship makes a point defense roll, if you so choose to turn them on for this round.
Well, you said they were already armed, so
You have to decide, yes, I'm pressing the button and using the ammunition.
that's a lot of missiles coming at us. Yes.
Okay. So you make an attack roll with the point defense cannons. Each cannon that's still operational adds 1 to the attack roll.
Okay.
And then for every single hit, so in this case, their missile evade is 5. Your missile evade is 7 because you paid for more expensive missiles. For each successful hit, so if you roll 20, you shoot down 4 missiles because their evade is 5, and that's 4 hits.
Okay.
So go ahead and make the roll at 2d8 plus 6, 7, 8 because of ranged ships, ranged combat. As the point defense system just goes blazing with hundreds of rounds into the sky to shoot down incoming missiles, and you see the missiles just and puffs as you shoot them down. However,
So that's 3.
3 of them are getting through, and they are standard missiles, so they deal a d8 each. They are not hull breaking, so they don't automatically inflict a wound, and your ship's endurance is above, 12. So if all of those missiles had hit, this would be bad, but thankfully only 3 of them actually hit, and they're not hull breakers, so they don't automatically wound. Good news. Bad news. Ow, 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 ow.
Yeah, we're still afloat and alive
Okay.
for now.
Now, Jackson, you have an opposed piloting check to end the round against a boarding pod that was launched at you.
Okay.
Remember, you have a simplification because of command.
All right. So what would the challenge be normally?
Difficulty 2.
Simplification, that makes it difficulty 1.
Difficulty 1 now. Body perceive against their body exert.
My body perceive is 2.
No, that's the ships, dear. You're looking at the ship sheet again.
Damn it. 3.
There we go.
So that's 2d10.
Alright, so they have a 9 to hit you.
Plus piloting, that's 2. Plus
So that's
2.
2d10 plus 2.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So Orishan's...
This is
It's an opposed check, so their check is 9, yours is 12, you win. So, just as you're starting to pull the hard whip, Orishan goes, hey, dodge left! And you guys dodge just far enough that this extended cable, pod on an extended cable, flies past you before starting to reel back to the raider, having missed you with a boarding grapple.
Okay.
And that is the end of the round. There's no new initiative. We simply go into the next round.
Oh, this is not a good situation.
No?
Riptide, at the beginning of the round, now that you've been manning engineering, would you like to use engineering to attempt to enhance one of the ship's systems? Engines, weapons, overload the PDCs, anything like that?
Enhanced weapons.
Okay, all weapons for the remainder of the turn have +1 to hit. As Riptide's down there just tweaking various things to get more power to the weapons, to get them to track faster, and to get the computers to do their calculations quicker.
Because that's totally how real life works.
While going over and making sure that the computers are getting more coolant so that they don't overheat. Overclock, you know.
That is how systems work.
Alright, so, next maneuver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Do we have to redeclare what we were doing?
Yes. Hori's going to be getting into her spacesuit.
All right, I am going to command Jackson once again because that's all she can command, and ready to fire.
Well, I'm going to be piloting again.
Allison, do you wish to remain at your current station?
For the moment, yeah.
Riptide, are you going to continue to overclock the ship systems?
Yes.
Okay. Lexington, are you going to continue to man the missiles? Or change?
Lexington's going to get started on hacking shit.
Okay.
He's going to start opening up any and all Well, okay, quick question.
Answer.
Modern missiles for this period, are they encrypted signals or no? Modern day or not?
Modern missiles have, the only signal they have is a direct laser signal back to the ship. Otherwise, there is no way to communicate with them. So if something passes between the missile and the missile automatically switches to self-guidance and has no outside signal that can be transmitted to it.
Because otherwise they wouldn't be able to fire missiles while you're jamming us.
Yes, they could, but that's still fucked. Because video signals are at a different frequency than audio signals. But still fucked for us. Yeah, he's want to stay on the missile systems, I suspect, because all of his stuff requires him to have some kind of wireless access to their system.
Jackson, we're getting surrounded. Get us out of this position.
You could,
On it, ma'am.
you could try to break the jamming.
Thought about that. That doesn't help us as much. I'm looking over my stuff right now.
It would let you hack the enemy ships.
Wait, it does.
If you can break their jamming, you can get into their systems.
You know what? He's going to do that.
Okay. At this time, the ship is going to fire its projector and missiles. So that's 2 missiles coming at you. And the projector is on 2d8 plus 10 because it is a point-and-click weapon. That does hit.
That's a hit.
Ow.
But again, your ship's heavier armor holds the day and doesn't actually take damage because these are lightweight projectors. You're getting more scorch marks on the paint.
Motherfuckers! I just painted that!
6, 7, 8.
Should have called the ship Ashmon.
Okay, ship number 2, which would be this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At this time is going to fire. It's not going to fire its point defense cannons because it wants those to defend itself. Going to attempt to fire its projector. Again, high chance to hit. It actually almost missed, but low chance to actually cause damage. That got through.
That's yep.
Uh-oh.
1 wound.
Apparently, they keep shooting the same spot.
8. How bad's an 8?
One weapon system on the ship is knocked offline and can be repaired so long as someone repairs it before it takes a second hit.
Putz.
So 1d4. 1 is the railgun, 2 is a 90mm turret, 3 is missiles, 4 is a point defense cannon. A PDC just got knocked out.
Oof. All right.
So you're down to 5 PDCs. Till someone repairs the cannon, you're on +5 to hit with a PDC instead of 6, and you only have 5d8 of damage if you use it offensively.
I can do that next turn.
That's his move. You guys, it is now your turn.
Question.
Answer.
This ship can only turn once per turn, right?
Once per movement action, yes.
So, and does that consume a move point?
Yes, turning consumes a move point because you have to use the ship's engines and thrusters to turn.
I'm gonna take that path.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Weapons fire if you so choose. And Lexington, you may now make your roll to break the jamming, which is a mind exert sabotage against difficulty 4. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Lexington, you need to make your attempt to unjam the ship, and everyone else needs to declare what they're going to shoot.
I'm looking at my field hacks real quick.
I'm going to shoot the 90 mil at the drifting ship just to try to get it out of combat so it doesn't attack us.
Okay.
I'm going to do the same.
All right. Where do you want to shoot the missiles? Because they're currently unmanned. Reminder: the missiles.
He's on a 90 mil.
Right. You, the captain, fire every other weapon system that you wish to fire that is unmanned.
Yes. Okay. Do it. I have to do it all at once then.
The missiles will resolve at the end of turn, but you have to declare where they're going right now.
Okay. I'm then going to. I'm going to throw the missiles at this guy.
Okay.
These are the. This is the 9 mil first, or 90 mil. God damn it.
We're fighting cannons, not pistols.
I mean, you can fire a pistol at a ship. It'll scratch the paint.
It's a chemical propellant which requires air to burn.
2d8, correct?
2d8 plus,
6.
I believe 6, yes.
Nope.
Ooh.
Alright, then I'll throw out my attack roll.
Wait, Cloud, can you apply to readiness to missiles?
You can apply readiness of the ship to missiles, yes.
I should note, I only have 2
And
readiness.
the ship only has 2.
So if we use
Also-
that's half of our readiness that we can use.
Also, do you remember I'm also adding a +1 to
Oh, yeah,
those
you're
attack
adding
rolls?
+1. So that's 12
I
out
mean-
of a lot.
Yeah,
Oh.
it wasn't going to hit.
Alright, so
For the missiles, I have to wait.
Yeah, so if there's nothing else that's needs to be done, am I good to roll?
You're good to roll.
Yep, you could roll.
13.
So 14. Oh, that's already 13. Yeah, nope, doesn't
Nope,
it?
That will miss unless you want to re-roll the 1.
What's their evade again?
That one's current evade is 17 because of damage.
You know what? I've got a little bit of readiness on hand. I will re-roll that one.
Okay.
I mean, it can't get any worse.
Yeah, that's true. So I believe that was the D10 I rolled. So.
Yes, that's the D10.
Son of a fucking bitch! I keep clicking where I shouldn't be while trying to use push to talk. That makes 9 plus.
That makes
7.
17.
That's 3, James. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's 3.
So you're 1 short.
3? What?
Unless you've got some other bonus.
Yeah, instead of 13, it's 16 because it's 3 plus whatever that last one was, James.
Yeah, you're just 1 short. It's bittersweet of a pill as it is.
Enemy, so I don't believe range combat scores can stack.
No, you use the higher one.
Okay, so yeah, I know that it misses by 1.
It happens.
Okay. And you were also at point blank, so no one can fire PDCs as a directed weapon. Not that you would want to yet.
Uh-huh.
Lexington still gets his turn.
Yeah, you still get your hack. As you try to-
So he's going to try and correct all of the scrambling that's going on. I'm guessing Mind Exert Sabotage?
I believe that was stated earlier, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Mind Exert Sabotage against difficulty 4. As a note, you can take 2 actions to shoot, though this turn you're taking 1 action to unjam the comps.
Oh, that changes my plan of action to touch. Okay, that's Sabotage. Okay, so a D6 and a D8 plus 3 for the Sabotage.
Mm-hmm.
Rerolling the D6.
Needs a 4.
Still a
one.
no. Can I use a focus to reroll that?
Did you reroll
Uh,
based
that
off
would
of
be
a boon?
Boon.
Yeah, then you can reroll with focus.
There we go.
Hey!
Hey guys, we have
That's
comms again.
a 13, so it is.
All right, so comms are open suddenly as Lexington cuts through the static.
Okay, now second action has to be shooting, or it can be something else.
No, that's what I'm saying is the ship, like a normal combat, can take 3 actions. One of your ship's actions this turn is unjamming the comms.
Oh, and then I can use another action to shoot after that.
If you had 1 left, yes. You used one of the ship actions to unjam the comms. They used the ship action to shoot. Jackson used the ship action to move. You can't use more than two of the same action.
Okay. So that was one to sabotage to break through their hack. Can I hack them in return? Or sorry, not their hack, but their scramble. Basically, to find a channel that wasn't.
No, that is the end of your action.
Darn.
You can next turn.
Okay, light projector actually misses. Nice.
Get dunked.
Firing missiles, and also going to, because he saw you fire your missiles at someone else, he's going to fire his PDCs at you.
Oh, God.
Actually, doesn't manage to hit you. Alright, this guy's gonna try to limp away now. Ow!
That's one out of the fight.
There's a smoke trail being left by them. But they're effectively out of the fight. They are done. That was pain. It's like the one thing that hit them. The railgun. Oh, shit.
And then they saw us keep firing. And you're like, you know what? No, fuck this. We're out. We're done.
Okay, back to the top of the order. Declare...
hold on.
Go ahead.
My missiles.
Missiles are going to impact now, yes. So they have 6 missiles coming at you instead of 8 now. And you have 4 going out at them.
Alright, so that's... What am I rolling? 2d8 plus...
Plus 8.
Plus 9, because I'm adding a plus 1.
16. It doesn't hit.
1 short. Or 2 short. Sees this opening, twists the raider just in time to avoid the missiles hitting, and the missiles streak past him.
Slippery little fuckers.
Okay, and their return fire on a 13. That will hit. You can fire your PDCs.
Yes. Because that's 6 missiles coming after us.
You have plus 6 to hit still because the engineers give overloading them. Not
7?
Not in the sense that you have the ability to overload the PDCs, but in the sense that he's giving an extra plus 1. So plus 6 total because 1 PDC is offline.
Oh, right, yeah, one's offline.
16, that will shoot down 3 of the missiles. That means only 3 get through.
Uh-oh.
And actually punches.
Oh!
Warning lights are going off all over the ship as the missiles find the right spot to hit. On 3. Second, immediately, just PDC's just offline, cannot be repaired.
They really don't like our PDCs for some reason.
Just warning. So you're getting so now Jackson's over here rolling the ship to get the working PDCs to face the incoming threats. As one of the missiles just like, it hits the PDC mounting. It doesn't quite take it off the ship, but that PDC is not working anymore. All right. Hack is done. All right. Declare actions. Ori is going to attempt repairs.
Piloting.
Question.
Answer.
Because I have the command technique, am I able to command multiple allies even in ship combat?
Yes.
Okay.
You may issue up to D3 orders now that your comms are cleared.
Okay.
Hey!
All right. Then what she's gonna do is hurry, get us back online.
Do you want the hull plugged or the PDC working?
PDC. That's gonna keep us alive longer. What the fuck is his name? Lexington. Get their systems offline any means necessary. Understand?
Sorry, can you say that again? My ears are ringing really, really badly.
Oh, sorry. Lexington, get their systems offline any means necessary. Understand?
Already on it.
And who's the last one I'm gonna... Yeah, Jackson, because it's pretty... Actually, no, she's gonna command the cat I can't remember the name of.
Allison.
Actually, Allison. Allison, hit them as hard as you can.
Working on it.
And then ready fire. So those are my commands.
Okay. First enemy ship. Turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Second move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and stop. And it's going to fire its light projector, which again, ridiculous to hit, but they shouldn't do that much damage. Dice, can you calm?
That is exactly our endure.
That is exactly enough to inflict a wound. Five. Oof. Riptide. 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. Jackson.
Uh-oh.
The engine
What?
just cut off.
What the?
It can be repaired. It is only offline for 1 turn. Riptide can elect to use his engineering action to instead kick it back online.
Jackson on comms. Riptide!
Yeah, I'm already on it. So yeah, I was going to declare that I'm just going to be on repair duty.
Okay, so you kick the engine
Don't.
back. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you don't have to yell. The microphone's right next to your face.
Riptide, the laser hits and the ship kind of shudders from something internal, kind of giving a minor explosion. And then you look over and you see one of the coolant rods has come out of the reactor. You just swim down and plug it back in real quick, and suddenly the engines turn back on. They are going to launch 2 missiles, and that is their turn. Second ship is right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, stop. And it is going to fire twice. Both will hit. I'm really thinking they shouldn't. That bounces. That. Damn. Dice, you have a 1 in 3 chance of actually hurting them with that weapon. Okay, the ship's movement has been decreased by 1 until repaired outside of combat. The whole ship shudders and everyone goes, what was that? Down to move 7. Okay.
I'd already taken down 1 point, guys.
Alright. Your movement, Jackson. No, you don't reduce the movement on the sheet, James. We just make a note that it currently is down to move 7.
No, I'm talking about the wounds.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm heading straight here.
You don't have to move your full speed. You know that, right?
Well,
Your main gun only shoots straight ahead. That's why I'm pointing that out.
I can only turn once, and there's nothing that I can twist to get anything in range of the main gun.
You can make...
Without.
hang on. You can move there, and then just immediately turn, and that'd be your entire movement.
Oh!
You don't have... Again, you
God
don't
damn it,
have
I'm
to go
stupid.
full speed.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that'll do that. Okay, yeah. Whoop! Somebody blow that fucker up!
So that moves there. And then Hori does a repair action. What is Hori's engineering?
Which will be simplified.
It will be. So she rolls a d10 and a d8 and gets to add 1.
Is that the
roll 20. I saw that. Die says 9. I start to go, oh, look, and then it rolls to 1. Fuck
You
you.
got a boon?
I don't see the 3D dice roller, so.
Do not.
It's an option you have to toggle on roll 20.
Hori will spend a readiness. This is actually kind of important.
Yeah, if you go to the cog and go to dice options,
Oh, fuck you.
click.
Okay.
So Hori is trying to get the PDC online and going, I'm going to have to go down there. It's not cooperating with the computer.
I mean, I can do it.
Your action this turn was to kick the engines back on so you could move. However, now we get, do you guys wish to fire your guns?
I don't see a reason why we shouldn't.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Alright.
Allison is rolling 2d10 now because she's, simplified and at body 3?
Think so.
Correct. I was actually about to ask if the command order was to simplify the roll.
Yeah, it simplifies the roll.
Yes.
So you're rolling 2d10 plus 6. Pretty good odds. Wow!
10. Wow. You know what? No, fuck this. I will spend a readiness.
1 or 2?
You can re-roll both of them.
I'm aware. You know what? Fuck it. I'll spend 2 points and re-roll both.
Okay. Wow, roll 20. Wow.
It wants blood.
You know, we were joking.
17.
But
Nope. Wait. +1. That's 18.
Actually, it's plus a lot more than that. So yes, that will hit. You're at point blank range.
Oh, right.
So you get
So
a...
yeah, finally something other than the railgun hits. Yay.
That does hit. 90 mil does... The twin 90 mil turrets do 4d8 plus 8 each. So that's the first turret. Roll 4d10 plus 8.
4d10?
48 or 40 10?
4d8 plus 8. Ow!
31.
That's 3
Does it-
wounds.
Is its endure save 31 or higher?
Its endure is
Or 32
10.
or higher.
Its endure is 10. That's 3 wounds. Roll 3d10. You get 3d injuries.
Seven, 9, and 10.
7, engine hit. 9, someone got unlucky. Roll randomly for the crew. One of the crew members was standing right where the round impacted.
ow!
Come on, Captain.
They received 3 times the damage that was dealt to the ship. That would be a 93-point hit. I don't
sure
even
they're
have to look. He's dead.
He is atomized.
Is there any character in the game that could actually withstand a hit like that?
Most of you can.
Probably.
Wait, what?
Barely, but most of you have at least 10 wounds and could take and have endure scores above 10.
Yes, I have exactly 10 wounds.
Random Mook has 9 wounds and an endure score of 10, which means that 93 kills him.
I imagine each wound is on each factor of 10. It's not a 1-to-1.
Each wound is on a factor of 10, yes. But basically, if each wound is a factor of your endure score. Alright, so that ship is, since they technically are, there's only one place to be on the ship, the cockpit, that ship is decrewed.
What does the 10 do?
10, lucky hit, nothing happens.
Oh.
Oh, 10 is bad. Okay.
10 is
Yeah, it's
10 is good for whoever's receiving it. But yeah, you shot the cockpit and killed the crew.
So you headshot at the raider.
They're dead. They're dead in the water.
Okay. So we
Decrewed
don't
ship.
got to worry about them.
You can still fire the railgun at them if you want to.
That'd be a waste of. It's admittedly very cheap ammo, but it'd still be a waste.
All right, you still have one turret and your missiles you can shoot.
Yeah, I'm gonna focus the turret and missiles on the guy to our right. This guy.
Okay.
And this way, when we report where the ship's location is, we might get a little bit of bonus for keeping it mostly intact.
You can just go, it's right here. It's right here.
Like, here's its angular velocity, here's its trajectory. Go fucking pick it up whenever.
Alright,
Alright, so what are my bonuses?
the ship is 2d8 plus 6.
Okay. Nope. That's a miss.
If you want to spell readiness, you can re-roll that 1d8.
On a readiness, that's a 50-50.
Yeah, it's too... For the very low amount of readiness I have and the ship has, it's not worth the risk. And then the missiles go off.
Missiles are fired. Okay. That guy's turn. That guy's dead. So, rip them. We can trash you. That leaves this guy, who's the guy who's run away. So you're down to 2 enemies.
Hold on. Lexington's action still has to go off.
Yep.
Yeah, I still think.
Lexington and missiles. So Lexington, you were going to attempt to hack their systems.
Yup. So that should be a mind exert sabotage, correct?
Yes.
Yep, and it is simplified. Which should put you on par, so 2d8, I think.
I think so. What's the DC?
It's 12. It's always 12.
Right, but what's
difficulty
their...
check?
Oh, difficulty.
4.
It is difficulty 4 to hack an enemy ship.
So yeah, 3, because simplification.
For the simplification, the crew is currently busy going, oh fuck, because the ship just knocked out 2 of theirs.
Well, the simplification is that I ordered. I gave a command.
Yeah, that's why you're getting 1 simplify is because you were given them is because of the command bonus.
Right. Additional simplification. The crew on the ship I'm attempting to hack is busy going, oh shit, and freaking out over the fact that we just knocked out 2 of their ships.
No.
Okay.
Hacking system, computer systems on ship are mostly automated. So the crew panicking doesn't... Just like your malware is mostly automated, you just turn it on.
Okay, so that's going to be mind exert sabotage, correct? With a boon in my case.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right.
I'm going to re-roll that through with the boon.
Of course.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You only needed the 14 anyway.
Oh.
You need a 12.
Anyway.
Target number is 12 unless otherwise noted.
Ah.
Oh, right.
So it's just for the shooting in this case, we're looking for 16s. In this one instance with space combat.
It's just for shooting that the target number changes because you're trying to hit them and damage them. Alright, so you get in, you may shut off one of their systems immediately. It can be life support, point defense cannons, main weapons, engines, lights, or gravity.
He's actually going to overcharge their engines. He's going to overcharge. Specifically, he's moving the decimal point on the temperature gauge on the reactor 1 to the right.
So you're going to overload it.
I'm going to basically turn off its coolant systems.
Okay.
They will either have to disengage or explode.
Or just get out of comms range.
Or get out of comms range, which will be effectively out of combat range by the time they realize what's going on and get out and their reactor cools back down enough. Yeah.
Okay, so for this purposes, for the remainder of the turn, they cannot actually turn their ship. And they must move their full movement.
Fair enough.
Alright, so it's actually their turn. After missiles land, so go ahead and roll missile hits.
All right. And how many missiles fired out? So that'd be 8d8.
You fired 4 more missiles, so that's 12 total at this point.
Okay. Plus, like, is it plus 12, plus 8? I
Plus 8 total.
That's a hit.
They hit! Alright. Their PDCs will attempt to defend the ship. Your missile evade is 7. They shoot down 2 missiles, so 2 hit. That is gonna be 2d8 for damage. However, because your missiles are hull breakers, they automatically inflict a wound in addition to whatever you roll. That is 3 wounds.
Very nice.
That's
3 to
2
10?
wounds. So roll 2 injuries. 2d10.
4 and 8.
8. Main weapon offline. 4.
Yay.
Sensor
No more
haywire.
laser gun.
So sensor haywire does this to them. This is effectively what happens with sensor haywire.
Oh shit, they see. Oh.
So on their screen, this is what they see. One of those 3 new ships is actually you, and the other 2 are not, and they will have to roll randomly to determine which one they hit. This is not fixable until you have either removed all the sensor ghost or hit the actual target. They, however, don't know where you are exactly. So basically, when you move, I move all of those other sensor echoes in the exact same movement pattern.
I really wish the missiles had hit first now.
Okay, it is his turn, and he has 2 thrust. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He's off the map. He is... and he can't turn around. And he can't shut off the engine, so he has to take a second move. So he's effectively out of the combat, but congrats.
Lexington waves with his fingers. Toodles, bitch.
Alright, so this guy can see the writing on the wall and goes, nobody said anything about a fucking railgun! That's what Lexington hears over the comms. And then here's some bickering like, we've only seen freighters out here, what the fuck was that?
You know, we kind of joked that if we had died in this session 0, you would pull a dowels on it and be like, nope, this is all a simulation.
No.
No, this is Fee. She would have straight up killed us all.
I would have straight up killed you all. Alright, the ship's PDCs will be repaired and come back online, so you're back up to 6 cannons. However, the hull damage will require time at a dock.
Or, hear me out, we just need somebody with a little bit of a blowtorch and a whole lot of muscle strength to push 2 things together.
There was actually a thing I was looking at, so hold on. Let me go to main. I'm specifically looking at redundant plating. Do we ever get a breach, or is it just wounded?
No. A breach is a injury roll of 1.
Ah, okay.
The ship has a compartment that loses pressure and decompresses, sucking out anything not secured and removing atmosphere for anyone in the section. This can be repaired during combat. Whenever you receive a breach, there's a chance you make a save against it, and there's a chance that it automatically seals.
Okay. Well, she's gonna get on comms. Is everyone alive?
Here.
I have a concussion, but yes.
Wonderful. All right, everyone get things fixed as much as you can, quickly as you can, and let's get moving before they decide to come back.
How would they come back? You put a hole the size of a house through one of them, and the other one... Oh, they're dead, aren't they?
Yes, the ones in front of us are dead.
Doesn't mean they don't have buddies.
Listen, good shot.
Thank you.
And now you...
Captain, I'd like to take a look at the computers.
Yes, like I said, fix everything up as quick as we can.
And now you continue your burn towards the asteroid. While repairs are underway.
No time to look at the computers to see who was on board and why they were there.
Do you want to stick around?
Well, Lexington actually does want to try to remote hack their systems, or just go onto the ships, yank the hard drive / black boxes.
Onto the ships would require a spacewalk. That's dangerous. Further, that would require time. Remote hacking their systems while the ones that are still online can be done, but you have to stay at short range, and that ship is currently drifting away from your present course.
Captain, you pay me to find you information.
Is this information worth... Captain, is this information really worth it?
No, I'm sorry to say, Lexington, this information is not worth it at the moment. They're just basic raiders. I don't think it's worth it right now.
Damn. Well, you should probably still send out the trajectory to the companies that put their bounties up.
Yes, definitely should do that.
Okay, so that will award you guys 450 credits to be distributed later. From 350 from identification that those ships have been possessed by pirates, and one of them is currently adrift with no crew. In the meantime,
Telling you, there might be some weapons on there we could use.
your slightly more scratched up ship arrives near the asteroid over Titania. You have no trouble, Jackson, setting up a geosynchronous orbit over the asteroid. It does not take that long. It's not anything difficult to pilot. The ship has some repairs done to it, what would be considered a field patch, which is 1 wound, just in case something happens. But otherwise, you will need a dry dock and some money to replace the damaged components, as those light projectors managed to tear a pretty good-sized hole, and the missiles followed it up.
2 questions.
2 answers, go ahead.
Question 1. Would the crew have recovered any wounds they gained during combat? More specifically, the hard turn.
No. Not unless you have Hori not unless you actually have Hori come look at you.
I would have liked to have done that at some point.
Okay, well, Hori can attempt to restore wounds once. Thankfully, she's a combat medic, so she can actually restore a D3 instead of 1. Hori looks you over and goes, "Oh, you busted a blood vessel. Are you okay?"
It was just inertia of the hard whip.
Yes. Well, that inertia of the hard whip gave me a concussion. You restore 2 wounds.
All right, I only needed 1.
There, that should fix your blessed blood vessel. Come let me know if your eye's still bothering you tomorrow.
All right.
Is there any kind of engineering rolls I need to make?
I'm assuming your engineering goes through the ship, and that's why you guys are able to repair the 1 wound, is because you have an engineer. If you didn't have an assigned engineer, you wouldn't be able to repair the wound.
Roger that.
Okay.
Second question.
Yes?
As we're coming up on the asteroid, can we detect what its gravitational strength is?
Higher than normal.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. What is the minimum height required for... okay, what is the... how do I phrase this?
If you're
Basically, I want to be able to set it up in a geosynchronous orbit, whilst still being physically close enough to the asteroid that we don't need to waste any equipment trying to actually land and just
how high
jump
do we
out.
have to be? How high do we have to be to stay in orbit and not fall to it?
how high and jump out of the ship and just fall?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Without using a space-worthy suit, you would need to be roughly 100 meters to be able to fall to the asteroid with no issue.
Captain?
Using a space-worthy
Yeah.
suit, you could be up to 1 kilometer away and be fine.
Oh,
Yes, Jackson?
requesting verification for preferred orbital positioning.
Can we please scan the planet first?
Yes, that would be much preferred. It's also an asteroid. Before we make any decisions, let's scan it, see what's going on, see what the truth is, then we can start doing whatever.
At this range, your scientific sensor sweep lights up. First, using normal sensors, radar, LADAR, and EM transmission, detects nothing. Magnetic transmission determines this asteroid is made of magnesium, iridium, and copper. As well as bits of dirt and carbon. However, when you turn up the full scientific suite, the scientific suite at this range is able to detect life forms.
Oh,
The rock is littered with biological material of a mineral composition. Further, the ship at this range is able to detect things such as atmosphere. And it does indeed detect an atmosphere inside of one of the caves. A breathable
Literally.
atmosphere.
Literally living rocks.
Lexington
that's
pipes over
organic mineral. What?
You were saying, Bones?
Lexington pipes over the captain's private comms. Are you sure we want to be a part of this shit? This is not what you pay me for. This is not what you pay any of us for. None of this makes sense. None of us should be here. We should probably just tell the company that the entire rock is full of nothing but hatred and hellfire and leave.
Lexington. Calm. I disagree wholeheartedly. This is a revolutionary scientific discovery, and our suits are completely sealed against atmospheric interference, meaning whatever's in that atmosphere would be non-toxic to us so long as we remained in a sealed suit. We can
the first
can get
nukes.
one of the light suits for the captain if need be.
The first
And also,
nukes.
Jackson, I don't know about you, but I get paid to follow orders. Nothing more, nothing less.
The first nukes, they said they were safe from, and they found radiation years longer than they thought they would. I want to throw that out there.
Lexington. If you wish to stay on the ship, you are welcome to. It'd be nice to have someone manning it while we're down there. However, Hori and myself very specifically are a part of this crew going around places to make these discoveries. That's why we're doing this. If you wish to stay up here, that's fine. I'm not forcing you down. But we will be going down.
Yes,
If
I've
you want
never
me to
heard
stay
of
on
an
the ship,
asteroid having a natural breathable atmosphere even inside of a cave, much less here.
if you want me to come with you, I will come with you. Otherwise, honestly, I think it'd be creepier to stay on the ship, but that's just me. I don't know that I want to stay on a ship when there's nobody else on it. That shit is creepy. Been there once. Don't want to do it again. Probably gonna make another fool of myself. Talking to another chick that I think is dead and end up developing another crush on.
Allison,
Talking
are
way
you
more than I
okay with
probably
going
should.
down, dear?
I mean, it's weird as fuck. And if I remember right, we only need to confirm what Pulse already knows about
Sort
this.
of.
But
Remember, for the full amount, we need to bring back samples.
true, I'm not opposed to going down, but on bringing anything back, I would say don't hold your breath. We, like Lexington said, we don't really know what's going on, so bringing anything back might either be the worst idea ever, or just not physically possible, depending
Then
on what
you
we
haven't
find.
seen my room enough times. Besides, we might
Well, you
make a
don't let
little
me
extra.
in, so.
We might make a little extra if we can find the crew alive and bring them back.
Atmosphere in one of the caves would indicate a sealed atmosphere. Could be they made an artificial seal.
That's all fair, I just wouldn't get your hopes up.
How would they make an artificial? But how can they have an atmosphere at all? Damn it! Lexington grabs his shotgun and heads to the airlock.
They would have had to have an atmosphere down there to begin with. I doubt anything, a research station out in the boonies like this, would have anything that could do that.
It depends on how long they've been really paying attention to this. If it's been a while, they may have had enough time to get more supplies to set something up like this. I would find it really strange, though. Either way, we're not going to figure out anything more just sitting up here. We're going to have to actually go.
Captain,
Jax. Yes?
are we bringing Riptide?
Does Riptide want to come along? I may be the
Unless
captain, but I do prefer people's opinions on matters.
I was going to say, unless you've actually called him over the radio, he's probably in engineering trying to doing some repairs as best he can.
She goes back on comms. Riptide, we're currently holding a meeting up in the bridge on discussing who's going to go down. Would you like to come with us? There is a breathable atmosphere in the asteroid and signs of life, so it could be dangerous.
Out of character, I take it there's nothing else I can do to this ship.
No, you repaired the wound. As she said, anything more, we'd have to get it to a dry dock.
Just double checking. Yeah, sure.
There might be like an exception for, hey, I repaired this specific system that gives a boon against this specific kind of check. She didn't say anything against that, just against fixing wounds.
But by and large, the field repairs that can be done have been done. So you either stay on the ship to make sure no one tries to make off with it or blow it up while we're busy investigating the asteroid, or you come with.
No, he'll go with.
Alright, Lexington, if you're going to come with us, then please, when we leave the ship, prevent anyone other than us from enabling it again.
That's a standard feature. You can disable the ship's systems and set it into running silent. It will just look like a floating piece of metal.
Oh no, he's doing more than that. He's going to put everything into standby.
The defect,
Everything.
the defect, of course, being is if you leave it in that state for more than a day, it starts getting cold.
Oh no.
Guess Okay, he'll take everything but the reactor, put it into standby mode. Reactor will remain in its regular operations. Everything else is going to go into ultra low power. It requires a biometric signature to do anything, including opening the airlocks, opening the windows, opening the.
Bones. I understand, Hunt. Most of the time when you leave a ship like this, in this setting, if you want on the ship, you're going to have to cut it open.
Okay. And he's going to add one more thing. There's a change in pressure, so he's going to add a checksum to all ship systems. If the pressure within the ship changes by more than the amount the ship normally allows for its regular life support, it alerts the crew immediately. It sends out just a broadcast signal against all channels to alert them if it changes. And he'll let the captain know. Along with, one final, request. Hey, sir, boss, can we, ask them for one more sweep of their latest or one more of their latest sweeps from their probe? See if anything has changed here before we landed?
Their probe isn't a satellite of the asteroid, honey. Their probe is floating off.
It's a one-shot thing. It fires out, captures pictures in a line, orbits, etc. It's not in a orbit.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I wasn't here for that part.
It's a probe. It's not. It's like a Voyager probe. Once you shoot it, it just goes.
Okay, so it's a Voyager style, not a whatever it is currently orbiting.
That would be a satellite.
To gain orbit.
That would be a satellite.
Okay. Then yeah, he'll just set his protocols and grab a shotgun and some basic supplies. And the rebreather suit or his space suit, just in case.
Yep. Or he's gonna grab her rebreather, her weapons, the whole thing. She isn't getting a suit unless because she doesn't need it.
No.
Just a rebreather.
Or he's gonna look at her and go, I would suggest wearing a suit just in case. We don't know what all is in that atmospheric composition or what type of life form this is. And it may have a bacteria or something that could infect you through the ears, eyes, or other orifice.
There may also be something capable of tearing you to shreds or just beating your ass into paste. So armor
Trust
would
me.
be
Not if I
preferred.
shoot them first.
Trust me, a suit's not gonna protect from that. Trust me. All right.
Every
fine.
little bit helps. Don't be stupid.
I'll put on the suit.
There are basic spacesuits in the cargo hold. They don't provide much in the way of protection, but they do at least make it where you don't suffocate. Or have to expose yourself to the air around you.
And you wouldn't know this, but please don't mention being torn to shreds on an asteroid around me and Hori. Bad memories.
I concur.
If it gets you guys to take your safety seriously and wear proper armor, then no promises.
You know, I have an airlock here I can push you out of, right?
I'm aware.
You're going to push him out into another atmosphere that's capable of supporting life. The comms clicks off.
She puts the suit on and gets ready for a space. Well, for her, it's just going to be a nice little glide.
Riptide rolls up with a suit on.
Jackson will plate up, helmet on, check his gear, and then report to the cargo bay. I think would be where.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where the opening will be?
No, the opening is on the landing of the stairs between the upper and lower fitness area. All of you pile into the airlock and make your way down to the asteroid, where you begin to... This is always the strangest part of any adventure in space. The moment the doors open and you transition into real space. It's strange feeling the air kind of just open up and let you out. The sudden feeling of no longer... It's kind of like the difference in being underwater and above water when there's pressure in the atmosphere, except for even thinner. So as the air lets out, you kind of feel it as though that's transition between being above and below water until there's no resistance at all. And you begin a slow, measured descent. It is not fast by any measure, as you're relying mostly on the atmosphere of the or on the gravity of the asteroid to move you. But you
Click.
arrive intact on the surface, and before you is the small cave entrance where your scientific readings were indicating an atmosphere, as well as the indication of where the company told you was the last known location. Do you step through?
She's gonna point to the big guy to step through first, because that's what he does.
All right, Jackson taking point.
Which big guy? The dingo or the shark?
The shark, the other big guy, can probably take back, just in case.
Well, okay, so you want the shark in front and the larger dingo in the back. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
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 The reason for that is, in case anything comes up from behind us, we got full offense back there too.
As a note, James and Brett, when you move your character token, please hold Alt. As Brett, your character token is supposed to be on the center of 3 hexes, and James, yours is 2 hexes long.
No problem.
All right, so in the upper left corner, you step through the cave entrance, and the first thing you notice, well, 2 things. One, directly in front of you is a big yellow shuttle that looks like it was dragged in here, as there are grooves in the ground from where the landing gear was moved, and there are scrapes on the side from dragging it through the narrow cave passage. The second thing is all of your suits beep, indicating you're now standing in breathable atmosphere. To your left, the cave is actually surprisingly well lit, as blue bioluminescent vines are growing out of the walls and all over the walls in sections, and some of those vines have entangled the shuttle and wrapped up into it. Further, there are 4 creatures walking around the cave. They look like they used to be vectors. One of them might have been some sort of muscidae lateral. Another one has some reptile scale still. And the other 2 were some sort of dog. Notice it used to be. They too have bioluminescent vines growing out of their flesh, and their helmets have been removed from their spacesuits, along with the fact their suits have been pierced in several places.
Don't touch the vines.
Corey's sitting there looking at her pad. She reaches over, gets her medical kit, and was starting to take a sample and was like, Are you sure?
She points to the plant zombies. At least not right now.
Okay. They appear to be disregarding you. One of them looks at you for a second and just keeps working on moving rocks around and things of that nature.
Question.
Answer.
Was the plant zombie looking at any particular party member specifically?
Nope. It just it regarded all of you for a second, looked around, and then resumed what it was doing. Or he's sitting there taking samples and goes, "This is not carbon. That's why the sensors are having trouble. This is a silicate life form."
So it's made of glass?
No, Jackson, silicate is a mineral. It's a rock, just like carbon.
These are literally living rocks.
This is...
Organic mineral compound. Oh.
I think we can confirm alien life exists.
Yes, though she kind of, again, points out the plant zombies. I'm not sure we should stick around for too long in case we end up like that. Something happened to puncture their suits and caused this gunk to get in.
I agree. We should keep our suits sealed until we know what happened to them.
You said that like you guys were planning on taking your suits off or anything.
Well, it says the atmosphere is breathable.
I don't trust it.
Exactly.
Although it's extremely highly oxygenated.
Still wouldn't.
No, highly oxygenated is a bad thing.
Right.
As in enough, if I were to strike a match, it would all, explode.
Oh no, it's only 33% oxygen.
So what highly oxygenated means is that very large insects can exist.
Yes, I'm detecting only 16% nitrogen, 33.4% oxygen, and the rest is water vapor and methane.
So there's water here as well.
I assume there would have to be for them to exist.
Well, for carbon-based, but as you said, this is silicate.
That's true. The atmosphere is breathable. It'll stink like Jackson on baked bean night.
I'm not going through that again. You don't have any more of those, whatever they were called.
I don't need that memory.
I didn't even particularly
Room
like
4
those kind of
times.
scenes.
Look, are we going to stand here and gossip, or are we going to get moving here?
We're assessing the situation, is what we're doing.
I'll be honest. Given the presence of plant zombie things, I suggest we bug out before we find out whether or not they can be hostile.
Orishan, may I make it? Well, yes, Jackson, but you have a big gun, and I'm pretty sure that will leave big holes in them still.
The best weapon is one you never have to fire.
Bullshit. Also, sorry, Lexington actually does say bullshit.
This one walks over, turns towards you, and looks confused as if it recognizes the word.
Does Lexington recognize this model of suit?
It is a standard spacewalk suit. Mostly unarmored.
Do they have wireless recording equipment?
Yes, but it looks like the suit's battery and electrical systems have been off for quite a while.
Is there still an EM field coming off of the shuttle?
No.
No. Like, everything is off on the shuttle.
The shuttle is offline, yes, and the vines are appearing to grow over it from this distance.
Boss, they shut off the shuttle. Or those vines sapped a is it a fusion or a fission reactor feed?
It's a fusion.
Or those vines sapped an entire fusion reactor of all of its power.
That's why I said don't touch them.
No, you don't understand. I think those vines look for energy sources.
She nods. I gathered that when I observed them being in the sunshine, as much as they were, lighting up and then fading away.
No, as in our ship, which still has its reactor online, is going to be drawing those vines, trapping us here.
Ship is
That's-
several kilometers in the air.
The vines shouldn't even
Well-
be aware the ship exists.
Yes, that's why we left the ship up in the orbit. She almost said air, but that wouldn't be accurate.
You guys have a slight panic attack about things. I'm going to sneak ahead and scope things out if you don't mind.
Just don't get yourself killed. Hori, do you have a camera or some sort of recording device? That would be very important.
I've already turned it on. It's on my suit. But she points at the thing that's been staring at you now. You might want to try talking to it. It's just staring at us.
She's going to move up. She's not getting super close, still within protection range of our friends here. But she does walk up to him. Hello there. How are you?
Alright, so first thing you notice is this one is a standard canine type of some sort. The name Jeremy appears on its spacesuit. It appears and it looks like this. And it tilts its head for a second. You can make a difficulty 4 community excerpt communication check to see if you can figure out how to make it understand.
Okay, so that would be a D8, D6, because I'm one below, and that would be +3.
Your community excerpt is 3. Oh yeah, you're right. You're one below. You simplify the roll.
Oh, so I'm at even. Okay.
Yeah.
$12 exactly.
Okay.
There's a pause and some thought to it. As you realize that words might not be enough, you start using body language and pointing to your own name tag on the suit and pointing at his and saying their name. And it takes a second and it tilts and it goes, why am I here? Confused. Who are you? But it's speaking and it's more like, why am I here? It's having stuttering, it's sounding like it's having to force the words out, and it genuinely is uncomfortable to talk to. Because the other part of it is, it sounds like 4 or 5 voices are talking at the same time.
Yeah, she's dealt with that before. It's fun times. Slow down, dear. Take it slow. Don't force it too much. I don't know why you are here. I don't know if you remember who you are. She is actively talking slower as well, so can easily understand her. I don't know if you remember who you are, but I am Orishan. It is a pleasure to meet you. She's using body language and such to help articulate her ideas.
What happened to me? The work. I need to keep working. But what happened to me?
I do not know. All I know is that you and your friends here came to this asteroid to investigate it for one reason or another. Something happened, and now you're here, working for some reason.
What is this? What is wrong with my fur?
Your suit was punctured, and she points to the glowing vines. It seems these are growing out of you. It's keeping you alive, but...
No was punctured. atmosphere breathe. We helmet off.
Oh.
Then I think I know what happened. I think with the breathable atmosphere, you may have inhaled some of the parts of these vines, and then they began to grow within.
Wait, means spores?
Spores or something to that effect. Something similar.
Oh.
Hmm. Spores. Can you convince him to let me do an exam?
She nods to Hori. I would like to ask you if my doctor here, pointing to Hori, can do a minor physical on you. An exam.
Uh, uh, yes. Just don't stop me from work. And
She nods and steps out of the way for Hori.
And he goes over to the wall and starts maneuvering vines and things of that nature. And Hori's over there taking very subtle flakes and stuff off of him and trying to get a sample. And also running her diagnostic equipment on him. In the meantime, what are the rest of you doing?
Jackson would be incredibly tense the entire time because he's like, wait, weird things. Wait, weird things not hostile? What, dude? It's just his mind is just running a mile a minute.
Okay.
Jackson is going to go to the shell.
Jackson?
He's going to tap. I'm sorry, man. Jackson. He's going to tap Jackson on the shoulder.
Lexington. Oh wait, never
No.
mind. I get what you
I'm
mean. Sorry,
Lexington.
my bad.
We're all
dude.
confused here.
My guy.
I was starting to say Lexington as he said tap Jackson's shoulder. That's what messed me up there. Sorry.
Lexington's going to tap Jackson on the shoulder. Let's go take a look at the shuttle. I might be able to pull something from it. Maybe give us some, insight, and I could really use some muscle in case things go bad.
Okay.
Jackson looks to Lexington, thinks about it for a moment, and goes, that actually sounds like a good idea. Hey, Captain, want me and Lexington to go up and check the shuttle?
She turns to the plant zombies. Would it be alright if my associates checked on your shuttle to make sure everything was alright with it as well? We won't get in the way of your work.
The creature goes, it seems to be like talking to someone, but not talking to someone out loud.
Kind of like a hive mind-ish thing. Yeah.
Blinks a few times and goes, yes, go ahead.
She waves. I mean, she noticed Lexington already went, but she waves for Jackson to go as well.
While they're doing all that, and now that she's kind of confident that nothing is immediately hostile, Allison is going to scout the rest of the area around.
Riptide's also going to take a look at the shuttle.
Okay, so the first thing that you would notice, Riptide, because you were an engineer, and this is not even something you really need to roll for, that the landing gear and parts of the shuttle that the vines are over actually are not over it. They've eaten it. There's just pieces that have been slowly dissolved or meiosis into, and now the vines are directly integrated into the shuttle systems. And they're also inside the shuttle.
Well, she ain't gonna fly again. She's got no engine gear, and wherever these vines are, they're all over it and inside it, so we ain't salvaging this.
Computer
Well-
systems in particular, these vines seem to be particularly keen on, having eaten a lot of the silicone chips.
Yeah, Lex, whatever you're planning on doing, forget about it.
What? No. There's no.
You plug
cannot.
in and you find out that you're getting dozens, if not 100 plus hardware errors from the chip's computer systems. There's not even like a coherent network to turn the computer back on.
He starts gutting the terminals to find the black box.
I'm pretty sure the black box has already been eaten by the vines.
Do
Doesn't
the
matter.
zombies react to this? Or not zombies? What do we call these things?
I've been calling it plant zombies.
Bioluminescence.
Thorians. That's right. I'm digging up the the Mass Effect terminology here.
Orions? Is
Not
that what you said?
Thorian.
Orion?
Thorian.
Thorian.
But no, that's not
Thorian.
it either.
Okay.
I can't remember what the name of the Geth zombie people were now.
The
Husks.
husks.
Thorian, but this
Husks.
Husks. There you go. Husks. Blue vines, glowing zombies. Husks.
And plus, I think 2 of them are literally the zombies from the husks from Mass Effect.
I don't know. Let's find out. No. One of them looks like it's from Dead Space. The other one looks like it's something Fee found on. I'm sorry, Fee. Is that a stone golem with a hoe?
That's one of those crystal
That's
zombies.
that's from Darkest Dungeon.
Yep, that's the
Yeah,
one.
it's Darkest Dungeon.
And
And the other one that looks like it's a necromorph.
That's from the movie, it looks like.
That is a form of necromorph, yes.
oh, that is Necromorph.
Ha! Called it.
I don't remember ever seeing Necromorphs blue before.
Just give it a slight recolor. There were a few that had glowing parts like eyes, but yeah. Just give it a blue recolor, and yeah, it's a necromorph. Still going to make his way in through the computers, pull hard drives. Black box is the priority. But all that he's going to bag and tag.
I would like to state that whilst Lex is digging through, Jackson's going to have a very keen eye in trying to judge how the husks are reacting to Lex's digging. If they are reacting at all.
They're not reacting at all, considering the computers won't cut on. Like, there are far too many hardware failures for the shuttle to turn on in any way, shape, or form.
Is the computer's black box actually there, or has that also been eaten?
It's been eaten.
Lexington is still going to take it. Unless it is just stupid heavy. I don't know how heavy.
Well, I
these
mean,
ones are.
if you
Modern ones
can
like
tear it
vines.
from the vines and you're just taking a box full of vines.
Yep, gonna take it. Proof that the vines will even eat into a black box.
Are you sure you want to take that onto your own ship?
I didn't say he was gonna plug it into anything.
Are you sure
Or
you
you
want
can
that
take it
on your
onto the
own ship
ship.
at all?
I didn't say he was taking it onto the ship. Just that he's taking it for now.
Okay. Do you have some instrument to hack apart the vines?
Let's see here. Are there any bladed instruments nearby?
Allison has a bladed instrument. Ori's
Who
claws
does?
are pretty sharp.
She also has knives.
Orishan has knives. Allison has has a sword.
Jackson, can I borrow one of your knives? I'm going to cut these things out. If nothing else, it's proof that these things can eat circuitry as well.
Do I even have a knife?
Nope.
Literally, he's the only one, aside from you, who doesn't have a knife.
I don't have one either.
Well, damn it. No pieces of shrapnel, nothing.
You could tear off a piece and see if you can cut through it, but I'm gonna go ahead and tell you that'd be pretty fucking difficult.
Jackson turns over to the captain. Captain, we need a cutting instrument.
What for?
Lexington's trying to get the black box that's covered in vines.
I'm cutting some hard drives and black box out of this thing to prove that these vines will eat even circuitry. Yet another reason I note why we shouldn't be here.
Then why are you knee deep in it?
Because
Because
people pay me to find things
Jackson,
out.
I would not cut that vine.
Yes, I would recommend not doing so.
You misunderstand the EM signature here. These vines are nerve endings.
Jackson's eyes just pop wide open.
They can feel you, which is, I'm assuming, why they let us down here. They don't think we're a threat.
That's actually what I was about to say. Not the nerve ending parts, but they seem to be some sort of hive mind, with these vines being the creature itself.
So
I would highly recommend not cutting them.
Because cutting the vine is like trying to cut somebody's arm off.
More like if I reached into you while you were conscious and started playing with your nerve endings.
So, no, if you cannot get the black box out without cutting the vines, leave it, please.
But
I'd rather not piss off this entity while we're in here.
okay, one of you, yes, computer. I know Draconis Session 0 is coming up. It started hours ago. Why are you just now telling me about it? God damn it!
That's
Motherfucking useless alarm system. So let's do a look around. Are there any like closed circuit cameras? Anything that wouldn't actually be hooked up to the reactor and or the computer system?
You're trying to look for some data storage that
No.
isn't.
Not even
I am
analog?
telling you that all of the computers on this ship, of every way, shape, and form, were the first thing these vines ate. They really like silicone chips.
Because they're silicon based.
Lexington sort of paces back and forth for a moment, just kind of not sure what to do with himself. Okay, fine. You know what? Pulls out his PDA, starts recording everything as he opens up the computer systems, and just starts filming all of the chips that have been eaten by these things.
Just what I was going to suggest.
Because you know what? These things may decide that they can eat everything that I am good at, but no, I'm still going to get a sample out of this. Because you know what? No, you don't get to win.
Oh, don't worry, you paranoid technophile. You still have job security.
Of course I have job security. Who do you think is currently making sure your ship doesn't get eaten by these things?
Not you, you're down here.
Touch down.
Yes, all of the vines are nerve endings. They're connected to something. Their EM frequency is extremely low, like not something we would generally associate with electricity, but I'm guessing because they're silicate of some sort, they're partially conductive, which would explain why they don't need as high an electrical range as we do.
And if they're conductive and feed off energy, it seems. Energy, silicone, etc. That would explain why they've been able to go through space for as long as they have been. Just feeding off the energy provided by stars as they pass by.
Fascinating. Allison, can you sneak around the cave and see if you can see where the vines lead without disturbing anything?
I am on it. And out of character, that was going to be what I was about to ask, because I get to this point. Okay, difficulty?
It's difficulty 2. It's actually opposed.
Okay, I still simplify it, and my body exert is 3, so
this would be
2 above.
Yep, this would be body perceive. Difficulty.
Wait, body perceive or body exert?
This is for them. Yours is body exert, difficulty 2. Theirs is body perceive, difficulty 2. And they.
Oh, I also have a stealth of 1. I could go with him because it would be the same for me.
Let Allison. I suggest we only send 1. Too much disturbance in the ground might immediately alert them. Theirs is just straight 2d8. They're at an 11, so whatever you. That's more than 11.
13.
I was like, that's 11 on the dice, and you have a bonus, and you have a boon. Yes. All right, so the first thing you notice is there are creatures inside of the next room moving around doing more complicated tasks. And these clearly don't look like they were ever a vector. They have no signs or anything of that nature. However, because of your stealth check, they don't notice you, and you're being very careful to not step on a vine or disturb the dust or the rocks, and to stick to the places that aren't being illuminated by the bioluminescence.
Yep. What kind of tasks are they doing? Because like the first guys were just moving rocks around.
They're adjusting the vines. They're adjusting the vines. They're moving rocks over to the vines, which you watch in real time as the vines pick up and consume them.
Ugh.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take advantage of the fact that they haven't noticed me yet and continue exploring. And I think I'm gonna go up. Over there.
Give me a second. This is what you... Okay, so move 1 hex back, please.
There?
Yes.
Ugh.
There are a lot more of these things. And the one in front of you is slightly larger and emitting a purple bioluminescence in addition to the blue, and much more radically changed. And they appear to be constructing something. That structure in the center of that room, they appear to be building. By taking pieces of vines that grow into this room and disconnecting them and then reconnecting them to that structure. And the vines seem to be seamlessly okay with this.
From where I'm at, can I get any idea of what this thing might be?
You can get some ratings from it.
What readings can I get?
English. Thank you. It's emitting a radio signal.
Okay,
In addition to the other readings that Hori has gotten and transmitted to your pad so you can see them as well.
okay. I don't know if that's the strangest thing I've seen so far or the most mundane, and that actually kind of concerns me. I'm gonna go back to the group.
Okay.
I don't know. A bunch of plants emitting a radio signal would be pretty fucking terrifying to me.
As opposed to a bunch of blue silicon-based vines eating a fucking ship.
Are you not going to check out the rest of the cave?
Now that you said that, yes, I will.
Okay, go stand where you want to stand. Now, this is the room that is going to be the most disturbing.
Uh-oh.
Bring it.
Oh, God. Oh, Fun.
Vines
Alien.
have grown small nests, and from those nests appear to be egg-like objects. The size of you. Egg-like objects with multiple bioluminescent ley lines pulsing across their surface.
Is it just me or Mike in a strong case of fuck this shit, I'm out?
That's why I said, oh, alien.
Yeah, pretty much. We may not be able to get samples, but we've confirmed the existence of aliens. She's gonna go back to the group so that way she can try to be quiet about what she reports back and urge everyone to leave. Hello, everyone. I'm back from the rest of the caves. We should get out.
Why should we leave?
That's
This is fascinating.
Because these four aren't the only ones here. Also, there's a grouping of vines emitting a radio signal and some eggs. It's fascinating, sure, but I don't believe
Did you
we
just
are
say
properly equipped.
eggs?
Eggs? I would like to see these.
Yeah, they're in the cave just a little ways over that way. They're about 5 feet tall.
Before anyone even thinks about trying to go and see any damn eggs, if basic evolutionary theory holds, these things might not be happy that we even think about trying to get anywhere near those eggs.
Well, let me handle this.
What?
She turns to the one that she's been talking to. Hello there. Would it be alright if we ventured into the cave a bit more to see what's around? You are very fascinating to us. We've never seen life forms beyond our solar system. And you are brand new to us.
Fascinate? New? What is this?
You excite us. Your, the vines, she points to them. I assume that is who I am actually talking to. It is very fascinating and exciting to us. We've never seen a life form like this before.
Understand. No. We cannot let you into work chamber. We cannot let you into hatchery. You must continue work. You stay and help? Hori's shaking her head very vehemently.
Yeah, she's not the only one.
We can't, but can I at least ask you some questions about what comes from your hatchery so we can document this properly?
Will depend on question.
Well, you said that there's a hatchery. That implies eggs, if you know what that is. What hatches from these eggs?
For a pure.
Pure?
Yes, I am. Now, changed Ivore. Pure Ivore do not have DNA of others, I think is term.
Avore.
Evore. Can you write that down, Hori, please?
Would we be able to see? Would I be able to see what this is from here, or no?
Yes, you could see them moving around in there. They clearly were never vector nor human. They move with a distinctly strange gait, kind of this weird off-rhythm walking motion, and they are working on either feeding vines or collecting vines and moving them to the other chamber that you can't see.
All right. Well, he'll tap the captain's shoulder and point them in that direction.
Yes, I see them. Avore, that is a very nice name. Might I ask, you said you were working. What are you working towards?
Must signal. Finish making terraform and make signal.
Oh, terraform. Yes, we noticed this asteroid was terraformed, or attempted to. What sort of signal are you trying to send and to who?
Probably the rest of their kind.
Most likely.
Signal across great void to masters. It is
Now,
at this time, being a creation of another race, you realize, oh, they're a creation of another race like you are.
now, I should mention this. You seem like relatively decent individuals. Do you know you are on a crash course with one of our planets?
Yes. Eggs survive crash, eggs finish work. We work until crash, then eggs take over.
Okay. I know that there are spores in the air. Is that something we are eventually going to have to worry about?
Take off helmet, join us.
That's a yes.
Thank you for the offer, but I do have a personal life I must get back to.
We are already working for others.
We are...
Your
She has a
others
yeah.
inferior.
We are creations much like you are, to a former master. It would be unfair to them if we were to break those bonds, like how you wish to serve your master.
I do not understand. Your master inferior. You should serve masters we have.
She's gonna start kind of moving towards this direction because she can see where this is going.
Yeah, we just start
I'm-
leaving like now.
Jackson, as he's moving away, would like to say, we should have a right to choose which master we think is superior for us.
Captain, is that the signal we have to leave?
That's the signal we should be leaving yesterday. Now, everyone, Amscray, come on.
May I please answer? I am the captain.
Captain?
I would suggest that we leave and show our findings. While she turns back to the plant zombie. While we cannot join you, we are still very excited to have met you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity we are very happy to have. We cannot stay, but we will treasure this always.
I do not understand. You return, you help work, right? It's at this time you realize it's saying I, but the way it's saying I, it more means we.
Yeah, like she's already figured this is a hive mind at this point. Tell you what, After the crash, we can come to assist if things are how they're supposed to.
I understand you no survive crash, but you help after crash.
If things turn out how they're supposed to, we can try.
Which time I believe everyone is shuffling towards the door.
Yes, she is giving
Yes.
us.
Already at the door.
She is giving the team as much diplomatic leave as physically possible.
Means get the fuck out.
She can only spin this for so long, guys.
So you guys withdraw without anybody causing any form of violence, right?
No
Correct.
violence.
No violence.
Yep, we
No
got
violence.
Okay.
Walked
Safety
in,
is firmly
we
on.
saw what was happening, and we just I was like, nope, we're getting the fuck out, we're getting the fuck out, get the
With
fuck
your
out.
with your various forms of space-worthy spacesuit, you're able to transition back to your ship. Hori insists that you all do 3 decontamination cycles.
That I am perfectly okay with that.
Because
Well,
after a prolonged medical examination, she's actually able now to detect the spores.
Uh-oh.
Okay, did she detect any after the 3
You're
4
covered in them
decontamination?
until you do 2 decontamination cycles, and then on the 3rd, she just takes out the bleach and pours it over your suits.
Just to be sure.
Or just because that's what it takes.
I would like to stay behind to go through a 4th decon cycle just to be safe.
Yeah, Lexington's staying behind to do a few more rounds.
Yeah, Ori was actually going to order a 4th, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do you see why I why I did not want to? Oh God! I'm assuming we used the shuttle to get from the ship or from the
you
ship.
just use your spacesuits. There is no shuttle.
Yeah, if we'd used the
Really
shuttle,
just-
we wouldn't have got it back.
Do we literally just jump
Yeah,
back to the
Yep.
ship?
Jets.
Yeah, your
Yes,
suit-
space-worthy suits have thrusters for
Ah, that's right. Yes,
limited
it's,
zero-G
Thrusters.
maneuverability.
so
and
literally
also-
just do them over and over again until Hori can confirm at least 3 times in a row. No spores.
yes, and
That
also
sounds like
Hori pulls out a specimen container. I couldn't acquire the vines, but yonder creatures that used to be vectors were dropping some things off when they were just moving around, so I collected them.
Well, that should be enough to get us some money. And also the video.
Also, we're in, low Earth orbit. What if, do you, just saying, we might be able to map out how big this organism is using our radio antennas.
It's relatively small. It appears to have infected the asteroid after it was sent from its original point, and it's not grown outside of the cave because it can't maintain atmosphere outside of the cave's pressure.
Records all of this data, passes it on to the captain. Here, have more, info, data on this. Are we sure there aren't any on the outside of the hull?
If there was any, we would have seen it on the way in.
I'm relatively certain that whatever those things are, they can't survive with no atmosphere. But the spores can wait dormant for, I have no idea. But they can just stay dormant forever.
So we should still do a quick clean over just to be sure. We don't want to infect any planets with that.
In Lexington, if you need something to keep your mind off things, you can always try to figure out what radio signal they're broadcasting.
It may leave some scorch marks, but we could if we wanted to clean the ship, we could utilize a plasma torpedo and drive through the plasma plume. That would definitely sanitize the outside of the ship.
That's better. I'd rather use the money for that. That sounds like a good idea, instead of bringing a plague upon any world we go to.
Okay, you deduct one torpedo from the inventory and drive through the plasma plume of the torpedo and cover your ship in star temperature plasma for a split second. There's
I have a
probably
question.
nothing that lived. Yes, Jackson?
Out of character, do our helmets and or suits have any form of video recording?
Yes, that's what Hori was using.
Okay.
And that's
Then
what,
Riptide would have also been recording his findings as well.
and it's what
Yeah.
Lexington was recording, the computer chips and black box with.
And Jackson would probably have been recording more out of sheer habit than anything else.
At least you guys are fairly diligent. Allison didn't do jack shit other than what she needed to get to tell
Oh,
them
no.
the thing was doing or transmitting a radio signal.
No, Allison's the suit has a subroutine that was installed without Allison's knowing. All of them have this actually. The moment they leave the ship, the auto recorder kicks in.
So
Don't look at Lexington.
So, what's going to happen is we are going to inform our employer. Well, first of all, we're going to leave this area completely, inform our employer what we found, and inform him that we should nuke it from orbit so it doesn't spread.
Yeah, they're probably not going to take too kindly to us wanting things like choice, independence,
Free will.
Exactly.
Then again, I mean,
Also, the fact that if this thing hits Earth, it's going to terraform it, and then it's going to have a base of operations.
Well, that and it can eat rocks and stuff, so, it's got a fairly solid way of getting through things, even with minimal atmosphere.
And can survive in an asteroid for millennia, several millennia.
And if the rumors are to be believed,
I have a
Earth is
heavily unscientific suggestion.
What's that?
Pulse has laid claim to the asteroid regardless of our findings. We won't have any rights to this whatsoever.
Keep it for ourselves.
We can't keep it. They've put in the claim and everything. It would be illegal. And likely I'm pretty sure that our ship cannot challenge a corporate navy. However, we could say we found something and then it exploded, would be my suggestion.
Lexington raises his hand awkwardly. If we turn it into a corporation, they're just gonna try to use it for bioweapons research.
Or some other purpose that may or may not benefit or harm all of us. And at the end of the day...
Whereas,
go ahead.
If we detonate that fusion core, which currently has no active charge in it remaining, but if we cause the subcritical fuel to go critical again and sanitize most of that asteroid,
Captain, I was going to see what your suggestion was.
Just hit it with as many missiles as we can as soon as it's facing away from the science station.
I asked the captain.
She looks at how big is this asteroid in total?
It's not that big. Maybe 300 miles in total diameter. And that's not like diameter across. I mean like circumference diameter.
Mm-hmm.
What was the state of the reactor and the shuttle?
Mostly torn apart by the vines.
Yeah, you're not gonna get an explosion out of it without completely re-jury-rigging it. Well,
I have a concern. if we try and blow up the asteroid, which, don't get me wrong, I would be all for, but if we blow it up, what are the chances of us just scattering the aurora, whatever the fuck they're called,
Spores.
all across the solar system?
Well, we know the spores can be incinerated and are clearly reactive to substances like bleach or something of that nature.
Well, I have a suggestion.
Yes, Captain?
We could redivert the asteroid's path and have it collide directly into the sun.
That is highly possible.
How likely is it would they notice?
They wouldn't. They don't know. The corporation doesn't really know the path. From what they told us, they think it's just going to slingshot around and leave our solar system.
Not us, not the corpse, the vines.
In their case, it's less will they find out and more what can they do about it.
Exactly. I doubt they can do much about it on their asteroid. They can make minor adjustments to the asteroid, from what it seems, as long as they have exposure to the sun, but that only seems to be very minor adjustments.
A thought? We
Go
could calculate a point of impact for the railgun to both turn the asteroid towards the sun and cause damage to the cave without actually hitting it, such as a cave-in or something of that nature. That would drastically inhibit any work or course changes they were attempting and possibly kill a few of them, but it would divert the asteroid without spreading the spores.
She nods. I was thinking of using the railgun, but that is a far better idea for the use of the railgun than I had. And since this is... we can match its speed, we have all the time in the world to line it up.
Yes. Another thought here. What did we want to tell the corp? And what do you want me to do with this sample?
She looks at the sample. What is it? Like, what does it look like?
It's some leaves off the vine that fell off. They're still luminescing. And there are clear indications of small little blue specks that you assume are the spores on the inside of the sample container. I could burn it. That's not a problem. But we could also turn it over for money.
Turning it over for money would just turn it into... they would just turn it into some sort of bioweapon. Try to grow it with the spores. Keeping it as it is would be dangerous in case it breaks.
Highly dangerous. I mean, my lab is on a separate ventilation system just in case one of my experiments goes wrong, but I'm pretty sure you don't want this growing in the heart of the ship.
No, I don't. She kind of ponders. Well, for right now, let's keep it on the hush and hush. Divert this path and then talk about this again once we've set everything up.
Okay, so who is going to calculate... go ahead.
I was just going to say, so keep it in a very secure place in your lab, and then once we're ready to talk about it again, bring it back out.
So who is going to calculate the railgun shot?
What does it use?
I was thinking me, since
it would be a mind exert ranged combat.
I only have an exert of 1.
Because you're trying... it's not just you're trying to hit the target. You're trying to calculate the shot in a way that it will land near the cave enough to cause structural damage internally and also alter the trajectory of the asteroid to go into the sun.
Idea.
Right, I have a mind exert 2 and a ranged combat of 2.
Yes.
Powder, what's your idea?
Hold on, Orshan was talking.
Jackson, I want you to map the exact trajectory that we need to hit this to cause it to go to impact the sun at basically no matter what the creature inside does. As for the rest of you, who is our best gunman?
I think that's probably me. Out of character, he's got a Lexington has a Mind Exert 3 with a ranged combat 2.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
he's definitely better than me.
I want you to line up the railgun with, well, to get ready to fire the railgun. Jackson, I'm going to need you to pilot the ship into place to get the proper trajectory. Can you do that? And you two working together.
Out of character, I take it we're already back on the ship then?
Yeah,
Yes.
we've been on the ship, yes.
Yeah, so maybe we can transition back to the ship.
That's fair.
So I need you two working together in unison on this, all right? And I'm also going to roll command. See if I can give both of them
Okay.
simplification in this fact.
So, this is going to be difficulty 2,
Yes, I can.
3 because you don't want to actually hit the cave, 4 because you want to cause a structural ripple, and 5 to hit the sun. This is going to be a difficulty
Yeah.
5 shot base.
So we've
it
got
does
one
get-
Cloudburn.
Yeah, it does get simplified by 1, so you do have that going for you.
So you're at
I have a proposition for simplification. My pilot seat is set up with a bunch of games. Some of them would and simulators. Could I run like a bunch of simulations to double check, and triple check to make sure we're lining up the shot correctly?
Yes, you could spend an entire day setting up the shot and running simulation after simulation to make sure you hit the right spot. That would reduce the difficulty to 3.
Okay, and since me and Jackson and Lexington are working together and communicating on this, would that also confer simplification as well?
No, that's just what you needed to pull the shot off in the first place. Now,
Yeah.
Okay.
if a suggestion, Riptide is an engineer,
Mm-hmm.
and he does have his once per game ability to make something work in a way it wasn't intended. If he wanted to make the railgun fire at a power setting that is so precise that it was never intended to work that way, he could do it.
Would that be
Now, when you
perfect
say-
timing?
That's actually your arc ability at the top, Tragedy. No, that's your ability up at the top. You're impoverished.
Oh, right.
You can restore something to work like new instantaneously, or get it to work this one time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that with that happening. With him using that if he wants to.
Yeah, I'll use that.
Question. When you say once per game, is that once per campaign or once per session?
Technically, that's once per arc, so once per quest. But
Okay.
this
And
quest,
this is one quest.
This quest ends when we call session, so
Yeah.
no sense
So
in not
this will
using
be
it.
the end of the session.
So you can make this thing do this one time, because railguns normally are either on or off. They don't exactly have a precision power setting. So you're in there getting the railgun magnets calibrated to the exact right power by going directly and swimming around the power conduits that generate the plasma through, and tweaking the flow of the plasma regulation so that it decreases the power, so the railgun is not firing at full strength. Lexington's making the calculation, and Jackson is aligning the ship perfectly. Okay.
Lexington is on the trigger.
Lexington, you are rolling on difficulty 2 combat check, Mind Exert Ranged Combat. You need a 12.
Mind Exert range combat. Got a Mind Exert 3, so that's going to be a D8, D10.
Is that factoring in the simplification one I gave him?
Yes. You guys got 3 levels of simplification, and it started at difficulty 5.
Oh, so it's actually it's Mind Exert 2 then.
It's a Mind Exert 2, difficulty 2 now, because of all 3 of you working together to get your simplification. All 4 of you working together to get your simplifications.
So I'm correct then. D6 plus D2 plus 2.
What's your
Mind Exert 2
D2.
No.
with a no plus 2, and range combat 2.
So
D8, D10.
It's 2d8.
well, no. Lexington's Mind Exert is 3, so it's D8 and D10 plus his ranged combat, which is 2.
Wait, this thing's down to basically a Mind Exert 1.
No, it's Mind Exert 2, and your Mind Exert is 3.
Oh. Mind Exert 2 puts... Oh, duh, so it's a D8, it's not D6s. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
it was
D8,
never...
D10.
Okay, Bones, the base is 2d8,
Yes, I get that.
and your Mind Exert 3, and it's
I
now
fucked up.
difficulty 2.
Yes.
So what
Got
is
that.
your dice?
D8 and D10.
Okay,
Sorry, this is the 5th thing on my brain just for this weekend. I don't have a boon. I'll spend a focus. Reroll
Which one
the
you-
4.
Just
Yes,
enough.
12.
okay, so you start... The shot starts lining up. You're almost there, and then you see that your calculation is off because you didn't carry a 1. So you go in and quickly recalculate it, and then see your new targeting spot, and Jackson just casually fires the thrusters to adjust the ship to the new targeting spot, right on time to fire the railgun. So that the research station doesn't see the impact. The round slams into the ship, or slams into the asteroid, and it doesn't arrest momentum at any point, and you don't immediately see the trajectory change. But after 20 seconds or so, you realize the trajectory has changed, as the computer is now reading a trajectory that will still take it to Jupiter, but sling it into the sun instead of the Earth, and it will be several million miles off course.
Well, that should cover all of our bases.
Several
You
million
two-
miles, taking it out of the solar system or
Into the sun.
Into the sun.
Into the sun.
Okay.
You 3 did fantastic. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Captain. Can I just say something out of character? For a solid minute there, I was seriously considering playing devil's advocate and not shooting the space vines, because they did seem very open to negotiation with quotation marks. So they could be reasoned with.
Man, fuck those space vines.
Yeah,
It
fuck
seemed-
the space vines.
They seem to be able to be reasoned with to an extent. And they were very happy to just spore you anyway, as was evident when we got back on the ship.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing we decided to keep our spacesuits on, otherwise we would have joined them.
Honestly, who sees a situation like that and decides that it's a good idea to take off your...
Asriel, you're roboting super hard.
It's just on your end. I hear him just
Yeah,
It's
fine.
only on your end.
Nah, I kind of had a small snack in my mouth when I said it. Sorry about that. But what I said was, I don't know anyone who looks at a situation like that and decides to take off their helmet. At least not anyone sane or smart.
So,
No.
all right, Orishan, you're the captain.
Hmm.
What are you going to tell James when you call him?
Well, she's going to go over this because she does have time to go over this with herself, and she's deciding to tell him that. Let's see. Yeah, she's gonna tell him that they found their evidence. They found the video. They weren't able to get any samples because of the spores, and they didn't want to, risk anything to themselves. They weren't able to get any samples, but they did get plenty of video evidence that she is going to send over. And they did manage to find the crew zombified. And she'll explain that's what the crew was in the video.
Blink, blink. Why didn't you collect a sample? Were they hostile?
If you had noticed, those individuals by the ship, as I just explained to you, were your crew.
Oh.
And if you actually look on the on their suits, they're punctured. If we had collected samples, it's very likely we would have joined them. Because that creature was a living creature, and those seemed to be nerve endings. So if we chopped any off or did anything, it would have felt it, and it would not have been happy with us. So I apologize. We were not able to get any samples, but I hope this ample video evidence will be enough to suffice, at least a little bit.
Video and data evidence clarifies what occurred and confirms the existence of life. We detected a change in the asteroid's trajectory. How was that achieved? Was that your doing?
We've actually been tracking that for a while now. As we were approaching, the asteroid has been subtly changing its own trajectory.
I see. Well, according to current trajectory readout, it will pass through the sun's corona. I don't believe anything could survive being that close to the sun.
Which is unfortunate, but we have evidence there is life beyond our solar system.
I see. Well,
even if it is a little hive mind and...
You did achieve what was asked of you. I will be transferring the 700 credits for determining what this readings were, but without a sample, I cannot give you a bonus.
That is fine. And obviously the reimbursement for fuel, oxygen, etc.
Of course, you can... we have one landing bay. It is currently open. You can land at any time to be refueled and resupplied. Did you sent a transmission, something about locating other vessels. We detected it on its way out. What did you locate there?
There were some pirates.
Oh. Well, I don't... He looks at the contract. I should have worded this better. The lawyers are going to have my throat. I assume you had combat encounter with them then.
Correct. Our ship was fairly damaged.
Well, I don't have repair facilities or ammunition facilities at this research station. I will have to radio ahead to IO that you are cleared for rearm and repairs at IO station Perseus. Is that okay?
Is that kind of on the vague direction of where she's wanting to go after this? Back towards Mars?
IO is the first major colony. Although IO is less a colony and more a military hardware testing ground / where the corps go when they decide they're going to have a little war, they decide they're going to have it on IO instead of anywhere else.
Fair enough, so along the way, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be fine. We're headed that direction anyway.
All right, I will transmit ahead to Radio Perseus and make sure you have the accompanying paperwork before you leave and that they have confirmed receipt of the paperwork as well. Your credits have been credited to your account, and we will inform our maintenance teams to await your arrival, as well as inform them to order a shuttle, because we now lack that. if your readings were correct, there was no way to get that shuttle out of there anyway.
Correct.
Out of character, is this like a private conversation between you and him, or?
Yes, this is in her room.
Oh, okay.
As private as can be. No promises Lexington's not listening in.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if it's about the shuttle, then Riptide would have given you a thorough engineer's prognosis of the shuttle.
I mean, she could see the videos. Even without engineering knowledge, she could tell, yeah, no, that's FUBAR.
Yeah, but he still would have told you exactly what happened to the ship and that it would have been completely unsalvageable.
But yes, that is everything we've managed to find.
Pretty well. We await your arrival, and I am sorry for your misfortune. And ours.
Well, at least you have video evidence. That is something.
It's at that time that you once the comms clear, you get a message from Hori. Am I delivering the sample, or what do you want done with it? And there's the kind of excited tone in that message that maybe she could play with it.
What she's going to respond is with, I want you to do some careful, very careful testing with it, and then I want you to cleanse it so that none of the spores are there, so I can display it in my museum. Careful testing, she says at the very end of the sentence, all bold, all caps, careful testing.
The reply is simply a smiling bird face.
There's a response from unknown user Tuxedo Penguin. No, seriously, just destroy that shit. It's not worth it.
Well, Lexington, I'm not stupid, I know that's you. This, whatever this is, seems to have some sort of healing and regenerative properties. If we can figure out how to do that without zombifying people, that'd be very nice. If not, then we're just going to burn it and display it, but it'd be very useful if we can figure out how to get it to work without doing that to people.
Whatever you say, Waylon. Whatever you say.
And I should mention, very obviously, Ori saved copies of the video for herself.
Yes. A lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
So, that has been session 0. Everything is set up to stream now. I've been working on the background to make sure everything was ready, including nameplates, character avatars, and all that wonderful stuff. And to make sure it wouldn't take up too much CPU. Also, there will be a lot more emphasis with the all-day session on any form of combat will be more emphasized to the ground than space.
Yes, okay, good.
Yeah.
Space combat is fucking terrifying.
As it should be. Space combat with no science fiction shields and with things like railguns that can just clean through a ship. Yeah, that should be terrifying every time it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Just a bit.
I mean, to illustrate this the way I've designed the space combat to work, if you got in space combat with something, a destroyer, which is smaller than a cruiser or frigate, if you got in space combat with a destroyer, its point defense weapons alone would shred your ship from front to back in 2 rounds. That's if it just decided to shoot you with PDCs. Not including it having a main gun and secondary guns and trinary guns and missile launchers. But yeah, space combat is absolutely terrifying. And yes, if you were standing in one of the places and that beam of light had hit you, that would have been an 80-point hit. Ow!
Mm-hmm. Ow, indeed.
You'd survive it. You'd be unhappy, and you'd also be, exposed to the vacuum of space, but you'd survive it initially.
I'd be fine. It's the others I'm worried about with the vacuum of space.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. I can survive it, no problem.
But yeah, so that was your session 0.